Good
morning, Dr. Abati. How are you this morning? Looking sharp.
I've been noting certain things.
I don't know what
your wardrobe is changing.
I don't know what this is an old outfit. Ayo, please help me out.
Well,
Isn't it?
changing.
Good morning, Ayo. You on the other hand, we were just talking about you the other day, and yesterday you're looking sharp. Today again, I mean, we know where that is coming from. Ayo, how are you this morning?
Doing great.
Good morning, Rufai. How are you this morning?
Morning.
Great. Well, all right. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending. The stakeholders meeting organized by the Ministry of Works to compensate property owners affected by the controversial Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road project took a dramatic turn on Wednesday after the Minister of Works, David Umahi, accused property owners of playing politics. The minister also accused the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, who has been quite vocal about the project, of inciting the people of the Southeast, who, according to him, are not
I believe Landmark is simply playing politics with, politicians, because there is nothing to claim. It brings me to some of the comments made by my brother, His Excellency Peter Obi. I'm not supposed to comment about it because some people have already done the work, and I saw what Arise brought, the say courtesy channel, and they were bringing, similar scenario when His Excellency Peter Obi was governor, and he made a statement. He said, any infrastructure that stands on the way of road construction must go, and there will be no compensation paid, quote and unquote. That's what he said. But look at me, by the human face of Renewed Hope Agenda Administration, we are even paying for people that are illegally staying on the coastline and do not even have, valid infrastructure and valid documents. That is messy. That is messy. Some people darken counsel without knowledge. There is devil in details. When you bring judgment, when you condemn people, you bring judgment upon yourself. And that's what he has done. And I think he's inciting some of the Southeast people that are not well informed. He's inciting them, and he gets them into trouble, and he doesn't go to fight for them. Wisdom is a defense. We know money is a defense. But wisdom gives life to those that practice it. And I want our people to have wisdom because I'm involved.
All right, Dave Umahi here. He made a lot of statements yesterday that were, I believe, quite inflammatory, because, some people were saying, who made him the mouthpiece of the Igbo people? And he's talking about the fact that, Peter Obi is inciting the Southeast people. I don't know where that is coming from, because I believe he was referring to the video that we played yesterday where, Peter Obi had talked about reconstructing the roads. But, in Anambra State when he was governor, Peter Obi has responded. Well, in his response, Peter Obi, in a series of tweets, clarified the video in circulation, stating that during his tenure as governor of Anambra State, he made it abundantly clear that all structures obstructing existing roads and lacking approval will be removed, and that his actions were aimed at prioritizing the repair and maintenance of existing infrastructure to safeguard the livelihoods of Nigerians and to ensure the efficient use of resources. He also addressed the comparisons and Umahi's accusation. His tweet reads in part: the ongoing destruction and disruption of jobs and livelihoods associated with the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road construction sharply contrasts with my administration's efforts to improve infrastructure while minimizing adverse impacts on communities. Regarding allegations of incitement against the government, I firmly reject these unfounded accusations aimed at tarnishing my character. My focus is on fostering constructive dialogue and inclusivity, rather than engaging in divisive politics. claims of incitement are baseless distractions. I have always advocated for unity and advancement, refusing to partake in reactionary, divisive politics. And we know that of Peter Obi because we have seen a lot of his statements on Twitter. He's very active on Twitter, and he always calls for unity and all whatnot. But that's not the only thing that happened yesterday. Again, in clarifying the video that was in circulation, Peter Obi maintained that he was removing infrastructure that was already on existing roads. And, you know, it was different from what's actually happening now. Well, during the question and answer session with journalists, the minister was asked about the approval process of the project by our environmental correspondent, Leila Johnson-Salami, which apparently unsettled the minister, as he claimed that he could not understand her question because of her accent. Let's take a look.
Good morning, sir. Leila from Arise News. You mentioned the ESIA is currently being carried out by...
Sister, I was raised in the village. Me, I'm not here for me.
Well,
so
sorry,
so try to speak.
I can't help the way I speak. You mentioned that the ESIA was being carried out at the moment. The EIA Act of 1992.
I need interpreter.
Well, you have enough people next to you. The EIA Act of 1992 states that an EIA must be approved by the Federal Ministry of Environment before the commencement of any project.
No,
unless an exemption has been given.
So there is preliminary approval. There is final approval.
Has an exemption been given? And if so, if you have the preliminary approval...
Exemption of what?
For the project to start without the final approval. If you have the preliminary approval, can this be shared?
We are
with the
following
public?
due process.
So can we have a
it
copy
is
of the
federal
preliminary
government
approval?
that gives the approval. It's not you.
So can we have a copy of the preliminary approval?
We have the approval.
And you can make that public to the media?
Everything in order.
Okay, thank you.
2 more questions, please.
First of all, we at Arise News commend Leila Johnson-Salami for standing her ground. She was a true gem. She represented true journalism. Rufai.
I mean, Leila, top marks for you. Don't worry. We'll see where we used to see. You know now. But Leila raised a very important question. And I'm happy Peter Obi has clarified. And I think Umahi was just rigmaroling and trying to divert attention by saying Peter Obi is inciting. He was not inciting anybody. There's something you call scale of preference in a project. We can't be doing a project of over 1 trillion of over 7 kilometers when the Ekpoma road is in a very dire condition and people cannot pass that road. There are other roads that need attention. So it's not sailing. So this is trying to distract, it's not working. But Leila asked a pertinent question about EIA.
Correct.
EIA goes through a very, very regimented process according to the EIA Act of 92 that she talked about. This project falls under category 1 because it's also an infrastructure and it's also reclamation of land. And you need a very copious a process that involves the stakeholders. And it takes time to be able to get. At first, you write a proposal, you go through the first process, they reply to you, then you go through scoping. This project has started long before now. They've done over 1 kilometer. We should ask him, what EIA did he get before they started the project? I'll give you a document I'm seeing that's circulating now. That the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway Project Phase 1, blah, 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 Madu Bello and all of that, invitation letter for scoping workshop of the ESIA and RAP studies was just done on the 20th of April. You can't be doing scoping on the 20th of April and by 1st of May, you're already demolishing this property because those stakeholders are not carried along. You know, this EIA, you also need to advertise it. There's a 21-day working day threshold and a couple of other thresholds you need to be able to take. That's why a lot of people are asking, what's the plan? Look at this, something you have shown. The environmental impact assessment. Do you know that there are pipes underground that go through all of this? There are sewage pipes, there are many other pipes. What was done as regards all of this? Even the water body, what was done as regards the environmental impact assessment? And that's why Leila asked a very pertinent question. And we should also ask him this morning, did he follow the due process of EIA? I'm not saying EIA that afterwards some people will flip out a document that they got from somewhere. Did he follow the due process of EIA? What is the advertisement with the stakeholders and all of that? Because that stakeholders one was already to pay compensation. That means there was a completion of EIA. When was it completed? If the scope was just announced, we're seeing the document that says, oh, the 20th of April. All right. So we're going to ask for the EIA.
Absolutely.
And ask the empirical questions.
I think so, because, I mean, he did say that he will provide documents, so we are waiting. But I'd like your analysis on that interaction between Leila Johnson Salami and the Minister of Works.
Well, thank you very much, Leila. First of all, I wanted to applaud such excellent journalism on show. The fact that, despite the fact that the minister tried to rattle her, intimidated technique, when she said to ask questions, because he's a minister of works and he served as governor, so he must have interacted with people from different nationalities, with different accents and different manner of speaking, and he's able to understand them. And so initially, because the first statement she made was about the EIA, and then he then went on to distract or digress from the main points, and she stayed on focus. I want to say that. But I think it also points to the fact that journalists have a duty to hold government officials to account. Oftentimes, it's said we have the laws in place.
Yes.
It's just that, except it's investigated or searched out, things are done with impunity in many instances where due process is not followed. I'm not saying this is the case in this instance, but I'm saying that the reason why these questions must be asked and asked intently is that a number of times people get away with things because nobody checks or no one questions.
Right.
And unfortunately, we have a system where leaders, older people, government officials don't want to be questioned. It's almost like, who are you to question me? Who are you to ask? He asked, he said, are you the one that is regulatory authority? No, but she is, or she has the authority to question certain things. Absolutely. So I believe that when it comes to things like this, let the journalists do their jobs. They are there. You ask for a forum, you ask for people to ask questions, then allow people to ask questions. So I thought it was very excellent that she brought that point, and she was determined and dogged until she received the response.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Abati, before I come to you, in the meantime, during that interaction, the governor had said that the federal government has put a human face to the whole process, and they compensated property owners with 2.7 billion naira yesterday. But in the meantime, users on social media have pulled up videos of bad roads, which are overdue for reconstruction. Well, here is a video of the Benin-Auchi Road, as reported on May 1st.
Jesus, and then they tell them that driver there said, driver there inside door. You know, see some wicked, you don't. Oh. And they tell say, Mark, no go past this thing. May not be saying avoid this thing carry.
And look at that disaster, Dr. Abati. And this was what Peter Obi had posted in 2 of his tweets. He did not talk about the fact that the government cannot construct the road, but he was talking about maintaining old roads. And we are seeing this happening, and this was circulating only yesterday. But let me take a tweet from FS Yusuf, who wrote, they want to build a coastal road linking Lagos to Calabar, but Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is a disaster. Lokoja-Benin Expressway is a disaster. Kaduna-Abuja Expressway is a disaster. All our major economic roads, none is in good shape. It takes a trailer 2 weeks to carry goods from one region to another in this country. The eagerness to carry out this coastal road can possibly point to the fact that the contractor is in government, or a good percentage of the budget goes back to individual projects. I smell another elephant project. Dr. Abati, over to you.
Okay, a number of issues. I'm not taking them necessarily in order of importance.
Absolutely.
Rufa, you were talking about Leila Johnson Salami earlier on. Don't worry, we know where you meet. Be reminded that Leila Johnson Salami is a married woman.
We meet in the office.
Where let transparency start from here. Because if a married woman, you say we know where we meet, but that's on the lighter side. But I like the composure of stayed on point, and she asked a question. The significance of what she was asking for was transparency and accountability. the onus is on the Minister of Works, David Umahi, to prove the point that indeed due process has been followed in this Lagos Calabar project. That's the significance of the question that was put to him. And Leila asked him, will you make it public? So he has a responsibility done in a transparent manner. Now you mentioned Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not the first person to raise issues about that Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Before him, Atiku Abubakar did. Atiku Abubakar questioned the procurement process. The Waziri Adamawa said, look, this project is something being done to promote personal business interest of the president. And he said, High Tech, the company that has been given the project, the original plan was that they would do it 100%, build, operate, and transfer, according to Atiku Abubakar. And how come the same company will be given 1.07 trillion naira for channels 0 to 3 of the project? Nobody has properly addressed that question. So the whole thing about all these questions being raised, whether by Waziri Atiku Abubakar or by Mr. Peter Obi or the media, is simply that we need more information in terms of transparency and accountability. And Minister David Umahi should not think that he could just wave it off. That's my first point. My second point has to do with the fact that yesterday when we discussed this same project, we said, yes, the right of the federal government to take over land within the coastal space by the border along all the littoral states. We have 9 littoral states in Nigeria. It's constitutional, and it's also supported by UNCLOS, International Convention on the Law of the Sea. I stated all of that yesterday. However, that they should do it like human beings. So it is gratifying to hear the minister saying yesterday that they are paying compensation, 2.75 billion. 10 businesses have been compensated in this regard. That means, the intention is not to be callous. Yes. So I think that's an important development. They have also said that by next week, they are also going to pay more people because people who are doing business in this difficult environment where everything is going up and nothing is coming down. I mean, they don't need to be treated, with, sheer inhumanity. So I think that is also a very good development. Number 3 is to ask the question, again, with regard to transparency and accountability. It was Mr. Peter Obi who raised the question that, why is this a priority? Yeah. Now, the question to ask with regard to that, what are they doing about the old route? Yeah. This our Lagos Calabar route, the main road now, Absolutely. The one that passes through Second Niger Bridge. That's the main question. What are they? No. Just wait a moment. What are they doing about that route? Because it is likely that the Tinubu administration will abandon that because that's also an important route, and then do the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. 4, what all of this shows is that the Tinubu administration has now put a burden onto itself. With all the furore, the ulabalu that we have had over this Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, they have an obligation to complete it. Dave Umahi is talking about channels 0 to 3, which is in Lagos State. Now, if they don't go beyond that Lagos State, people will accuse this administration of just interested in creating a road in Yoruba land and not taking it all the way. So President Tinubu must see this as a legacy project because he will be reminded if he doesn't complete it within his tenure, whether he's going to use 4 years or 8 years, that he simply did it just to satisfy complacent. We'll say that this is a road that he has done in the south. Right. Now, number 5. Now, you pointed out the example of Benin-Auchi route. Yes. There are so many other routes. That's why I read that tweet. There is the east-west route. Yes. In the south-south. There is the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, where that's even in a better condition now. One of the things that the Buhari administration tried to addressed. But David Umahi has told us that they are working on other routes. He has talked about Badagry Sokoto. He has talked about Calabar to Maiduguri. Now we hope that attention will be paid to all of these other roads. But these roads that you showed us this morning, it's a statement on the Buhari administration, the maladministration that Nigerians had to endure for 8 years. So much money was spent under President Buhari on roads. Where are those roads?
Those are the questions.
But President Tinubu has said he's not here to complain.
Yeah.
He knows he has inherited problems. Can he solve those problems?
Yes.
And can we have evidence
Yes.
that he's working at those problems in a fair and just manner, in a manner that all Nigerians will feel that this is a well-meaning government, not a Yoruba government that will only do channel 0 to 3 in Lagos.
You know, I like that point that you just raised, and I also like the fact that you pointed out it is not only Peter Obi that has questioned this road, even Atiku Abubakar has. But David Umahi yesterday felt the need to respond to only Peter Obi and the claim of inciting the Southeast, and that rhetoric must stop. We'll take another story. Well, in Lagos State, the Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, on Wednesday revealed that the government has uncovered 86 rooms under the Dolphin Estate Bridge in Ikoyi, where tenants were paying an annual rent of 250,000 naira. Wahab posted videos showing officials of the commission demolishing the rooms, which has sparked a debate online over the high cost of living in Lagos, with many questioning the logic behind paying such a high price for living under a bridge. Let's take a look.
Madam. When have you been living here? Since last year. Now here you born this your baby. You rent house here.
From who?
From Opo. From Opo.
How much are you paying?
150. Eh?
150. For what?
For a route.
For a week. A year or for how many months?
For a year.
I'm not sure you my ID card. You are living here. Are you living here? Yes. What are you doing here? I stay here. It's only weekend I go now. Don't hear the sound. So is it the place you are supposed to rent? This is why I myself, I did not even rent house. You know, this container that is here. It's embarrassment. It's not an embarrassment. I have a house that I built myself. What are you going?
Well, kudos to Commissioner Tokunbo Wahab and the entire team. I mean, this is absurd. I reached out to the Lagos state government. They said they have launched a manhunt for the landlord who's been collecting these exorbitant prices. And it appears to also be some sort of criminal ring as well. But you saw that police officer there. He was also part of the people renting there. Or did he claim he was renting, or he says, this is my hideout? I mean, I don't understand this thing.
It's his side house.
It's his side house. He has another.
You know, it's interesting that people were meant to be enforcing the laws are the ones breaking the laws. But I think this also raises the question around affordable housing.
Yes.
We've often talked about the Federal Housing Authority, what they're doing. I know it's part of the renewed hope agenda that people have to go through extreme means. 50,000 naira.
250,000
It's not a small amount of money. And then what people do, and I hope they get that landlord.
Yes.
Because people take advantage of others, suffering to make money. But beyond that, can we also catch those who are leveling on car parking, unauthorized people who collect money to park cars on Lagos roads? Because if we accuse the landlord and we're looking out for him, there are many people who make money illegally from putting tolls or taxing people that ought not to be taxed. But please, can we have affordable housing for Nigerians?
I like that point. I mean, those tenants, though, we need to hear from the Lagos state government and, the environment department to find out what happened to them. I hope that they are fine, or whatever it is, if they are actually not culpable in the crime. Dr. Abati, we only have 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, this is just a reflection of the crisis that we face. Yesterday was just Nigerian Workers' Day.
Yes.
Some of those people living under the bridge, they probably will dress up from there and go to work. The plight of the average Nigerian. It also shows how people are lawless in this country.
Absolutely.
The kind of audacity that people have. Somebody will just go and take public space and convert it into sheds, and he will be collecting rent.
86 of them. There are 86 rooms.
In a state that has a government.
I mean.
Well, I mean, you know, the Lagos State Building Control Environmental Agency going after them, I think it's in order.
Yes.
You know, I have no problems with that. I mean, these bridges, these people, they also constitute problems. They climb the bridge in the evening.
Yes.
Some of them disturb innocent people who are traveling on those bridges. So this is much better than the Lagos State government demolishing people's houses, you know, destroying people's property in a mindless manner. Those that Rotus showed us yesterday. By yesterday afternoon, those people had started fixing their buildings back. You know, so it's a question of getting the right priorities. But people going to sleep under the bridge, it's also, as you said, part of the housing crisis.
Housing crisis. Well, I'd like to thank you all for a great analysis, as always, on What's Trending. Well, that's all I have for you guys on What's Trending today. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Elder statesman Edwin Clark is calling on the anti-graft agency EFCC to investigate all former governors who served the country and looted the public treasury, as it is doing in the case of former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello. He also appealed to Bello to surrender to the court with dignity. In a letter to the chairman of the EFCC, Clark called for a quick investigation to enable President Bola Tinubu to carry out his anti-corruption policies. He asked the FCC to expedite the trial of all former governors charged to court since 2007, but living lavishly at the expense of vulnerable Nigerians. Joining us now is Chief Edwin Clark, leader of the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF. Good morning, sir, and always good to see you on the morning show. You're welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much, my daughter. Thank you very much. Well, Dr. Ruben, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Well,
thank you for...
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you for
you
joining
very
us,
much.
sir. Well,
Nice talking to you. Like being with you today. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir. Well, very simply, just to get your view as we start the conversation on EFCC versus Alhaji Yahaya Bello. And as I pointed out in the introduction, also your position on the trial of former governors, so that we can have an idea about where you stand in the matter.
Thank you very much. I think Yahaya Bello is not my subject. It's just a young man who followed the footprint of his predecessors and so on. That's not the main issue. What I really said was that the revival, the decision of the chairman, the new chairman of EFCC, to revive or to revisit all pending cases for over 10 years, since 2007. Those who have been jailed for even 10 years or more have returned to Nigeria. They are living free life. These people, some of these people have refused, using their position in Senate to adjourn cases. The judiciary have their role to answer to Nigerians why a case that had been in court for 10 years, 15 years, has not been tried. Why? Are they not being called? Some of them are ministers. Some of them, they mix up with officials at the government parties. So the same people who are standing trial, dining and whining with judges, with Chief Justice of Nigeria, because they are free men. I think these are the issues, Ruben. As far as I've said, all I wanted to say about Yahaya Bello. Yahaya Bello is just being stubborn. But he's just been stubborn. He knows where to go to. He has been living a very, very rough, having a rough government, corruption, killing of people in the play during elections and so on. There's time for everything, and it has come for him to answer questions. He should go to court. And these lawyers, some of them have nothing to do. They have now been hired to go to court to manipulate. It's a simple thing. If the chairman of EFCC has a case to answer, then go to court. Take him to court. This issue of court something, they have been taken against Inspector General of Police and other people, ministers and so on. So it's not a new thing. They should go to court. But he should go to court to answer the substance of the case. Where did he get the money from? Is it true or no that the money he paid to the American school belonged to him or belonged to the government of Kogi State? I think these are the issues. So whoever is saying that contempt of court, this and that, is talking rubbish. Let the area go to court. And now we have to question, if a governor misuses his power, enjoying immunity, to commit crime, to obstruct justice, I think the issue had to be called to question. The behavior of the new governor is in power for the third time. Not Odudu, just running after him. So this is all I want to say about Odudu. I'm pleading with him. He's a nice, attractive young man. He should do the needful so that the youths in this country can have something to fall upon. Having said that, let me say this. In 2007, more than 15 former governors, ministers, were charged to court during Ribadu's time as the chairman of EFCC. And most of them, some of them were charged to court in Lagos, Abuja, and so on. But after some time, some of these cases were not heard again. All we had later was that these same governors have been cleared to contest senatorial seats, and they are now in the Senate. So today, a man charged to court. Let me take a case of one of them. Right. Abdullahi Adamu, who was the governor of Nasarawa State in 1999, I think. He was charged to court for embezzling his money from his state for the sum of 15 billion naira, with other commissioners who were to be charged to court in Nasarawa State. There, after being charged to court, he contested the election to Senate, and he won. And he had been there. Nobody cared about him. What happened thereafter? Apart from being a senator, President Muhammad Buhari, former president of Nigeria, imposed him as the national chairman of APC, where you have so many people who have clean records in APC. There he was. Nobody heard about his trial again. He was now an honest man. They talked about corruption more than any other person. But now he's gone.
All right, sir.
You can go further.
Yes,
to name more of these people.
Chief Clark, talking
Yes.
about, yes, thank you so much. Talking about
Yes.
the number of people, I mean, you in your letter to the EFCC, which was made available to the media, you highlighted a number of cases that have not been completed, especially as it pertains to high-profile personalities, including former governors. What would you say is the reason for this
Yes.
pervasiveness in corruption at this level? Is it the fact that we don't have a strong justice system, or we don't have leaders who have the political will? You know, you citing the example of the president and then former national chairman and a man who has, you know, corruption allegations still pending. What is the real issue? Do we have a system that enables corruption in government?
Well, thank you very much, my daughter. Now let me go back to 2011. In 2011, there was a new Chief Justice of Nigeria. I think Right Honorable Justice Daru Mustafa. He gave a lecture to his colleagues, and during that lecture, he condemned corruption. He condemned delaying trial cases and so on. And let me quote him. I'm a member, the judiciary is my home. I have been there for 32 years. I will do everything as the Chief Justice of Nigeria to clean that up. Anybody, any judge who is not able to perform his duty honestly and so forth will be expelled, will be expunged from the judiciary. These are the strong languages he used. So in 2011, I wrote him a letter congratulating him, then listed out all cases that were pending in court. He now wrote back to me a few days after. He said that he was right, I was right. But he said the problem is not with the judiciary alone. That those who are prosecuting these cases deliberately sometimes do not want to prosecute these cases and allow them to go away. Then he cited an example that I'm quoting him, that you charge a man to court for 140 charges, and the same prosecuting counsel is not able to reconcile charge 19 and charge 90. And at the end, he loses the case. He thought that some of these things are deliberate, and that he had discussed this matter with the Chief Justice of Nigeria at that time and told him that something had to be done. So he appointed a judicial committee under the chairmanship of Justice Wade, a former Chief Justice of Nigeria. And they have not submitted their report at that time. So in 2011, I wrote these names. They were there. You have now heard that partly due to some of the problems we are facing with the judiciary, which is very disgraceful. I don't want to talk about them here. But the lawyers, our lawyers, some of our sons who have been hired at high cost by this EFCC or other organization have a duty to explain to the profession they belong to some of the things that are happening in the judiciary and at the bar. Does that answer your question?
Okay. I mean, you've said a lot this morning.
So what I'm saying really,
Can you hear me, sir?
What I'm really saying is that, oh yes, please go on.
You've said a lot this morning, and very well said. But can't we look at the pervasive system that even supports people doing this corrupt act? And I'll give you an instance. Civil societies went in defense of this governor with this allegation. You'll be shocked. Youth groups had a fallout at EFCC quarters. It's as if we have an ecosystem that supports this, apart from even the judiciary and the law enforcement agent. I mean, you'll be shocked. A youth group in a state going through all that
is corruption
shenanigans.
fighting back.
So why do we even have an ecosystem where we can recruit people to help fight back corruption?
Now, because there's poverty in the country, unemployment, joblessness, and every other thing, poverty, hunger, anything can go for anything. So some of these governors who were nobody when they became governors have now joined the class of nobility. Today, there is no class we call middle class in Nigeria. You either have the top and the poor man at the bottom. So what is happening? Some of these governors have so much money to dish out to these jobless boys and girls who don't know what they don't know that they are selling their right. So when you have the two sides meeting at EFCC, fighting themselves, you can understand what country we belong to now, my son. It's a shame. So all we can do is to continue to educate our children. People like me, elderly men like me, should educate our children. There's future for them in Nigeria. Not now. If they help the governors, some of them now, to perpetuate corruption in Nigeria, a dark day lies ahead. So I do not think we should, some of these civil rights organizations, they should do what they call themselves and not to do the opposite. Listen, I am tired. Sometimes I feel very sad. Let me point out to you again another case of corruption. About 3 years or 4 years, 3 years ago, the Federal Attorney General, Malami, leveled a number of charges, about 23, against Mangu, the acting chairman of EFCC. That acting chairman was a beloved officer of Muhammad Buhari. 5 times he presented him to the Senate, 5 times he was rejected. And they decided that the law did not say, the Constitution did not say, that everybody to be appointed must go through the Senate. But yet, they were disobeying the same Constitution, taking people there when it suits them. But Mangu did not go back, and he was in office for 5 years. Then a panel was appointed with the former president of the Court of Appeal. Judicial Commission of Inquiry was everything. All the scandals in this country were. So at the end of it all, Mangu, who was humiliated, who was disgraced, arrested, detained, was promoted and retired. He made charges against the Attorney General. Where are those charges? Nobody tried them. Then it was an opportunity for the Attorney General to bring his nephew, less than 40, to become the chairman of EFCC, over and above
Chief,
his seniors who were training with him.
Chief A.K. Clark.
So that is the type of country. Today, Malami is gone.
Chief?
He wanted to be governor of KB State. So yes, I'm listening to you.
Well, Chief,
I'm saying is,
I got your point about good governance.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, I get your point about good governance, transparency, accountability, and the examples that you have cited. Abdullahi Adamu of Nasarawa State, and other examples. But charity begins at home. I would like to ask you, in what way is the ongoing Yahaya Bello case, for example, different from what happened in the James Ibori case in Delta State? Because in Delta State, you recall, sir, that, James Ibori was also indicted, but the Federal High Court of Asaba said that there was no case, that EFCC had no case. The EFCC went to the Court of Appeal on the same matter. The Court of Appeal said there was a case to answer, but nothing came out of it. It was only in London that the UK court indicted Chief Ibori. And when Chief Ibori came back, the people of Delta received him with a lot of celebration, saying that the Nigerian government should go to hell. In fact, the state government even said a certain 15 billion naira that Nuhu Ribadu was EFCC chairman at the time, said had been given to EFCC. They said should be returned to them. So how is this present situation different? Where is the problem? And secondly, you say past governors should be tried. Does that include former governor of Delta State, Patrick Okowa, whom you attacked, and you said he has stolen 1 trillion naira?
Oh, yes.
You said he stole 1 trillion naira. Then nothing came out of it. So can we go to Delta State and start from there?
Something must come out of it. That's why I'm writing. That's why I'm telling the chairman to revisit these cases. Ruben.
Yes.
By the 25th of this month, I will be 97. I played a very leading role in the police case. You punish your son with one hand and draw him to yourself. I do not want to open old issues. He has served his sentence. His family, the members of his family, have served the sentence. But those who were charged with him at the same time, it's very unfair to him. Those who were charged to court with him in 2007 are still parading themselves as senators and ministers. But whereas the body has spent 13 years, part of 13 years in prison. So I don't want to comment on it. That's a past story because I know what is going on. But today, Okowa will be proved. There's no reason. Everything I submitted about him, I got it from the government, the federal government. So there's no hiding place. I'm going to discuss it with the new chairman. If we had decided to visit old cases, what are the new cases? What they said was that they wanted to gather all cases of old governors and deal with them at the same time. So I do not. It's not because Okowa has gone to soften their hands or has gone to do something. No, his case is a naked one. He stole our money, embezzled our money, and he must pay for it.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, sir. All right. Thank you very much, Chief Clerk. Just as we wrap up this morning, in just 1 minute, what would you want the EFCC chairman to do differently? We're saying this because in the past, for each of the chairmen who have led the EFCC, they came with gusto, saying on the mandate of fighting corruption. But unfortunately, for many of them, it didn't quite end well. Like you said, corruption fought back in some cases. Some cases were open-ended, nothing, just make a lot of media trial and nothing happens afterwards. What do you think this EFCC chairman, Mr. Ola Olukoyede, can do differently?
Number one, the Federal Ministry of Justice and the Attorney General should give EFCC a free hand to do its duty as it was at the first time Ribadu was appointed. We all followed that one. They should not run the EFCC together with the Ministry of Justice as Malami did. He was a supervisor. He was the one directing the affairs. He was the one taking the assets of corporates. Nobody could account for them. They sold ships in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, in everywhere. Nobody could account for them. At the end, if I may say, in a lighter note, he ended up by marrying Mr. President Muhammad Buhari's daughter that the country will belong to.
Well, thank you very much, Chifike Clark, for joining us on the morning show today.
Listen up, you pump cheapskates, since you seem to think
Now, it's May Day or Workers' Day or International Labour Day, call it what you will. It's a day that's supposed to honor the contributions of workers across the world. But here in Nigeria, as the country marks the day, the pressures and a punishing cost of living crisis that's impoverished many workers dominates the discussion. So this year's traditional workers' rally carries a distinct whiff of the harshest living conditions in 3 decades, with Nigerian workers grappling with an inflation rate of more than 33%, a weakened currency, rising electricity tariffs, and higher fuel costs. In the face of these grim statistics, the government of President Tinubu announced on Tuesday that it was opting for a 35% wage increase for workers, backdated to January. But ask any worker and they'll tell you that this is barely enough, because in real terms, given the pressure of inflation, the pay increase for workers means that salaries stay roughly the same. And above inflation, salary increases simply cannot materialize because, let's face it, the government can barely fund its own expenditure. So sadly, depressingly, that is the backdrop for this year's Labor Day celebration.
Our nation faces escalating poverty, dwindling opportunities, and widespread disillusionment. Genuine businesses struggle, unemployment soars, and the government remains indifferent. However, there is hope if the government reevaluates its policies, prioritizes the welfare of its people, and supports local industries. We demand an end to disastrous policies like excessive borrowing and corruption. We need transparency in governance and accountability for public funds.
We took office at a time many nations, including ours, were experiencing daunting social, political, and developmental challenges. Yet we are resolute in confronting these obstacles head-on. The scourge of criminality, from banditry to kidnapping, and the Burma-Harder crisis alongside terrorism, continues to afflict our nation despite the tireless efforts of our armed forces. We are aware of the toll this takes on our economy, and I assure you, we are fully committed to tackling these security challenges. You will recall that on January 30, 2024, the federal government convened a 37-member tripartite committee on minimum wage. The committee's mandate was to provide counsel and suggest a national minimum wage that aligns with our current economic conditions. Since then, the committee, in collaboration with labor leaders, has been diligently working towards proposing a new national minimum wage. Unfortunately, despite concerted efforts, the committee was unable to reach a consensus at its last meeting. These shall be resolved soon, and I assure you that your days of mourning are over.
The Nigerian vice president there, and before him, the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now from our studios in Lagos by the development economist and investment banking executive, Dr. Nemeka Obioreri, and here in Abuja by the development expert and business and economic analyst, Dr. Taofiq Rahimi, who's also a chieftain of the ruling APC party. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and happy Labor Day, as they say. Let me start with you, Dr. Nemeka Obioreri. In light of everything you've seen and heard and analyzed and assessed with regard to the Nigerian economy in the last year or so, how would you rate the condition of the Nigerian worker under the Tinubu administration?
Charles, thanks for having me. When we talk about Nigerian workers, let us not make the mistake of restricting it to less than 2 million as civil servants in Nigeria who are also part of the public service, including the elected and appointed political office holders. When we talk about workers in Nigeria, we're talking about 120 million adult working population in Nigeria, including you and I. And there is no mistaking it that it has been very tasking. It's been a tough year in Nigeria. People are suffering. And if you look at the numbers clearly, the World Bank poverty threshold is at $64.50, which is 77,500 naira by the current foreign exchange rate. That simply means anybody earning less than $77,500 is within the poverty threshold as defined by the World Bank Poverty Index. So basically, if you are to look at it and juxtapose it with the report of Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, you will see clearly that over 197 million Nigerians out of a purported population of 217 million Nigerians are actually poor, miserable, dehumanized, and suffering. So beyond the public office workers, 120 million Nigerians are also celebrating today in gloomy environment and atmosphere. And based on what they announced, minimum wage of 35% increase, which put at about 40,000 naira per month, it does not cut it. The average Nigerian should be able to earn minimum wage, both in the public and private sector, of nothing less than 120,000 if we are to derive it scientifically. And I will give you my reasons. In 2011, when the minimum wage was 18,000, it was dollar equivalent $116. In 2018, when Buhari moved it to 30,000, dollar equivalent was $83. If you marry the two figures and divide it by 2, we have $99.5. So if you are to use the current exchange rate, minimum wage should be 120,000 naira. Then even if you use our GDP per capita, it were projected to have a half GDP of about $252 billion. If you are to use the current exchange rate of 1,200, GDP per capita of the average Nigerian, that's our productivity, is about $1,160. That should come to about 116,000 naira per month as minimum wage. So basically, scientifically, productively, Nigerians we are not productive across every strata of the economy. And that is why we should all look back and ask ourselves questions. When we talk about government, all of us are part of government. Those in government did not come into government from the moon. We are practicing democracy. It's not like with a military junta that shot itself into power. So every one of us is collectively responsible for where we are today, and we should introspectively look inward and look into the mirror and ask ourselves, what are we not doing right individually and collectively?
That's a good point. And that's a good, I mean, I suppose the idea of Labor Day is not just to celebrate, but also to reflect. And let me come to you, Dr. Taofiq Rahimi. Thank you for your patience. And might I implore the both of you to try and keep your answers reasonably short. You obviously have a lot of things to say, and we would very much like to hear them, but we also got to keep time in mind. And Dr. Rahimi, it would not, just listening to Dr. Obioreri there, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Nigerian economy is struggling to survive as the country marks this year's sort of Labor Day. I mean, and for workers, as he said, things are looking particularly grim. So in that context, how do you view the salary increases that have been announced by the Tinubu government, bearing in mind that you are an APC chieftain?
Okay, thank you very much, Charles, and good evening, everyone. Let me join our president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to congratulate all workers, Nigeria workers, on today's celebration. We have every cause to celebrate and to appreciate that we are almost a year into a new administration, and this is the first Workers' Day during this current regime. I quite understand that economically things have been very tight, and I want to say that even the president of our nation is a sincere leader. Just about 2 days ago, he also acknowledged that, yes, that's in Saudi Arabia during the World Economic Forum. He acknowledged that there have been difficult decisions that have been made since he came into power, but they are very necessary. He talked about oil subsidy removal. He equally talked about floating of the currencies. And he acknowledged that these two double hedge problem have actually affected the lives of all Nigerians, not just the workers. So I quite agree that the current increase, which has been announced by the federal government, it's a step in the right direction. Could it be more? Yes. But I can assure you that what the government of the president is doing is not just to increase the face value of take-home pay of our workers. There are other incentives that the government is preparing within the Renew Hope agenda. You will recall that there is an issue of how to help our workers to earn incentives in housing, how to also ease transportation problem, and several other things that government are preparing to cushion the effect of what we are currently experiencing. So for me, government is a truthful one, which that is trying to ensuring that whatever is promised will not just be like what happened in 2018, as you will recall, that some state government even declined to pay the minimum wage. So why should we promise what we cannot do? So I want to believe that is a good place to start. There will be other incentives that government is offering workers.
Right.
And I believe definitely things can only look better for Nigeria moving forward.
And of course, keeping in mind that in 2018, it was an APC government that was in office, and today it is an APC government that is in office. Nevertheless, Dr. Obioreri, you were talking earlier about the amount of money that people are actually going to be getting, the breakdown. The lowest paid worker will now earn something like 37,500 Naira monthly, and the increase covering all sort of federal employees and so on. And as you said, when you measure it against the rate of inflation, it's not going to make much of a difference. Now, the government is separately negotiating a new national monthly minimum wage with the unions. They're asking for something like more than 600,000 Naira in that review. I mean, is that something that you think is completely and utterly unrealistic in the current sort of economic temperature, given that the government can hardly pay its own bills?
And Charles, it's not just unreasonable, it's unrealistic, it's very insensitive of Nigerian Labour Congress to be asking for minimum wage of 600,000. Charles, I've just given you the figures. Productivity-wise, GDP per capita, the productivity of the average Nigerian is rated is today at $1,160. If we are to pay every Nigerian based on our productivity, nobody in Nigeria should collect anything more than 116,000 Naira as minimum wage. Look at South Africa. We always compare ourselves as, see South Africa. In South Africa, minimum wage is about $320,000. But the GDP per capita of the South Africans on a monthly basis is about 667,000 naira. That is GDP per capita of $6,750,060, $675 compared to that of Nigeria. So the average South African can demand for minimum wage of 320,000 naira a month, and it will be justified based on their productivity. I ask this question. Every one of us should look inward and reflect. And NLC itself have no reason and basis to even make such outrageous demand. I listened to Joe Ajero, the NLC chairman, talking about corruption, talking about inefficiencies. But there is nothing that the political office holders can do without the connivance of those in the public service. I'll give you an example. Over the last 10 years, we have wasted tens of trillions of naira on subsidies. We have squandered trillions of naira on turnaround maintenance program of the refineries. Today, we are not refining anything. Who are those that work in those refineries? They are members of NLC, they are members of the 2UC. And I ask this question.
The YouTube Music app has ad-free playlists just for your ears.
If those refineries are owned by any of the leadership of NLC as a private refinery, how many of them will keep on paying salaries and wages and allowances? I saw the report of the other time where they spent over 120 billion naira as overhead and salaries in those refineries. How many of them, as owners of those refineries, if it's under private sector capacity, will be paying salaries for 8 years, allowance and bonuses, without those refineries working? They will have laid off everybody. And we need to ask questions. Nigeria is for all of us. There is no way the public office holders can be corrupt or participate in any form of corruption if the civil servants do not hold them accountable. And that is why NLC and TUC, be without grandstanding, should look inward. They should also begin to do some introspection. They should be able to ask themselves, how come we squandered trillions of naira, squandered tens of billions of dollars? The refineries are not working. And I'll give you an example. Have you seen the NNPC report of January and February? $2.16 billion wasted on import of white petroleum PMS at an average consumption of 61 million liters per day. We should put the presidency on inquiry, because after the subsidy was removed, we were told that consumption came down to 43 million liters a day. How did the volume go up to 61 million liters a day? People should begin to answer questions. Presidency should begin. Let me tell you this. If the presidency could set up a special investigation into CBN and unnetted the kind of cankerworm that are there, CBN is more professionally run than the NNPC and Petroleum Ministry and other agencies within the oil and gas sector. And the presidency should also set up an inquest to find out why the refineries are not working. NLC should set up inquest. TU set up inquest. They should begin to ask questions. How come this refineries? We were told by December it will work. It has not worked. March, it has not worked. We are in May. The refineries are not producing anything. For us to be a productive economy where minimum wage of 300,000 naira a month is paid, each and every one of us must be productive, sincerely and honestly productive. And I don't think that is the issue. And that is what is happening today in Nigeria.
Those are very legitimate, very important questions that you raise. And I hope the relevant authorities are listening to this conversation. I mean, we have Dr. Taofiq Raimi, who is, of course, a member of the APC and is an economist and presumably engages in some kind of economic discussion with his chums in the APC. Let me ask you this, Dr. Raimi, in light of what we just heard about the minimum wage that Labour are asking for, the Labour unions, does it look, in your assessment, like organised Labour is cooperating more with government these days, or the government cooperating more with them, or is the relationship between the two sides still as adversarial as ever?
Okay, well, what I would advocate is collaboration between the Nigerian government and then the organized labor. You see, I've always watched, when you look at different kind of diversionary tactics by the Nigerian labor over the years, somehow you want to think whether they are actually Nigeria Labour Congress and not Nigeria Lazy Congress. I come up with the Nigeria Lazy Congress when you see every year in, year out, in several protests, agitations, and not focusing on productivity, just like my other colleague in Lagos, in your Lagos station had mentioned. The relationship between government and the Labour Congress supposed to be collaborative in a way that government plans and program and policies are understood and they put in their best towards generating the revenue that we require. There are two things that we can do during this kind of economic slowdown that we have found ourselves over time. Is it that we increase our revenue, which is what I would advocate, as well as decrease our expenditure. How do we do this? If we have the labor group that are not supporting the government of the day, as some people have argued in the past years. So for now, I want to tell you, Charles, that government at the federal level, and I believe also at the state level, need to work in harmony with the labor, because without them, the activity and program of government cannot be achieved. I also want to call on the labor also not to constitute themselves to an opposition, like I've said severally, thinking that if they down to the cost of government will not move. It will be like a morning rain that doesn't favor anybody. If you decide to frustrate the program and policies of government, how would the government will be able to pay? Even if government decide to pay 100,000 and there is not enough revenue to be able to meet this, it will be very impossible. So the idea of the president is that labor should work together in collaboration with the government in order that we can increase our revenue. We can also cut down on waste. You will notice that in recent, about a few weeks back, government, the federal government particularly, have merged some agencies of government together in order to increase efficiency, in order to reduce waste, in order to also increase, make available enough money that will be used towards the development of our economy and the country at large. So I would just appeal to the Labour Congress to ensuring that they give the necessary support across the spectrum towards the development of our country economically and in other areas. And in the end, we are going to have the very best for everybody.
Right. Well, Dr. Obioreri, I mean, in Lagos, you're obviously listening to that. I mean, beyond sort of the labor unions and so on, the primary responsibility for getting the economy kick-started and ticking along is, of course, the government's. I mean, against the rather gloomy backdrop that you have painted for us, although a very realistic backdrop, do you think that the measures being introduced by the Tinubu government are working? Because inflation has been steadily increasing, and that upward trend is continuing also with food inflation and things like fuel and electricity costs.
Charles, there is a mistake we make when we look at the policies and the programs that the current government had put in place. Charles, the two major programs and policies of this government in terms of pronouncement were spot on. Removal of petroleum subsidy was the best thing that the government did. Of course, we are still paying subsidy. We have paid almost about 8 trillion naira, which was caused by the devaluation of the naira. The issue of the margin of the foreign exchange market rates was also spot on. Now, the problem was not with the pronouncement. The problem was with the actions after the pronouncement. I give you an example. Charles, there is no country in the whole world that does not manage its currencies and its exchange rate. But you manage from a position of strength. We have always managed our naira. And what is our major foreign exchange earner? The crude oil. Between 2002 to 2015. We are managing it. Between 1999 to 2015, Naira lost only 111 Naira because we had huge dollar inflow coming from the crude oil receipts. And therefore, we had more forex earning than forex expenses. We even had more imports then. What is the problem with what happened over the last 9 months? Because our crude oil revenue is not coming in because of inefficiency, because of thefts. And who are those responsible? Beyond government, we have the military who are supposed to protect our oil assets. We have those in NMPC, NMPDRA, and the refineries are supposed to make those refineries work. NLC members and TUC members. Let me tell you something that worries me. Nigeria, if Nigeria is a company, all of us citizens are shareholders. The president and the executive members and National Assembly are the board and management that should be responsible and answerable to us. And of course, the president being the CEO, what will he do if you give an asset for a people to manage over 5 years? They lost, after spending 16 trillion, that they could not fix the refineries. Every year we lose about $22 billion. Output is down to about 1.4 million barrels a day, down from a height of 2.6 million barrels, even 2.8 million barrels in 2010. If Nigeria was to be run efficiently and productively, if I, as Mr. President, I will have fired everybody within the department, within the parastatals, within the agencies who could not do their work. I ask this question: if those refineries were owned by you or me, somebody cannot work in my refinery for 8 years, drawing salaries and allowances, and then no productivity, and I will not fire him. Somebody cannot claim to be a GMD of my organization. Every day he reports to me, oh, Oga, we are losing $1.9 billion every month. We are losing $22 billion every year. Oga, we can't produce 2.5 million barrels. And the person will still be there. It's not possible. I will fire him. You cannot come and tell me I spent $1.5 billion of shareholders' fund to fix a refinery that was built in 3 years. And in 5 years, you cannot repair those refineries. And you are still telling me stories, rolling the can down the road. I will fire you. The problem we have in the public sector are lack of consequences. NLC and Nigerian workers are not victims. They are part of the collective problem. A majority of us in Nigeria as citizens are also part of the problem. When we cannot look the powers and the authorities in the eye and tell them the truth. When the day we stop worshiping incompetent rulers, the day we start asking the critical questions, demanding for accountability and transparency, that is the day Nigeria will work. But as long as majority of us are still steeped and soaked into our ethno-religious proclivities, this country will not work. This country can only work when each and every one of us put our hands in the plow and become productive, and become honest, and become sincere.
Indeed. And let me come to you, Dr. Taufik Raimi, and I'm coming to you not as a politician now, but as an economist. In light of everything that we've been discussing so far, I would like you to wear your economic hat. Are you seeing any signs at all that President Tinubu's administration is starting to sort out Nigeria's economy after nearly 1 year in office?
Yes, of course. You see, the point at which the president inherited this economy, as we know, I want to give you a picture of what it is.
Briefly, because we're almost out of time.
It's like a construction site that has gully, that has pitfall. You first of all have to fill in the gully before you can even think of any new construction work to be done. You have to fill in layers, you have to backfill, and you have to get to the ground zero. And before you begin, the kind of foundation you will have to put cannot be the kind of ordinary economic foundation that you can run when there is no problem. The problem we are having is that the problem has been caused over long years, as we all are aware. The president is sorting out all these issues, and I believe in the next couple of months, and definitely before the end of this current administration, we are going to rejoice that we have a president that knows what he wants to do, is passionate about it, and it will get us out of the wood.
Okay, well, I have to admit that you do have a point there, because a lot of people make the argument that what we're seeing now is the result of cumulative problems in the Nigerian economy that has happened over a long period of time. But I want to thank both of you very much indeed. Dr. Nemeka Obiareri is a development economist and investment banking executive. He was talking to me on the line there from Lagos. And here in Abuja, the development expert and business and economic analyst, Dr. Taufik Raimi. Thank you very much indeed to both of you. Now, let's stay with the National Assembly and go beyond the excitement of today's shouting contest in the Senate, because the deadline for submissions to the House of Representatives committee in charge of constitutional amendments is also today. And according to reports, the committee, led by the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, has received thousands of memoranda on various subjects. This will be the 6th amendment so far to the 1999 Constitution, but there have been calls for something much more fundamental, such as completely abolishing that Constitution and enacting a new one, with critics arguing that the 1999 Constitution lacks legitimacy and has been unable to address Nigeria's challenges. But the National Assembly has so far declined to make such a radical move. So the process of fine-tuning the current constitution is proceeding apace. And one organization known as Africa's Morning Center for Public Policy and Good Governance has sent 5 constitutional amendment suggestions to the committee. So what do they make of the process so far? Well, the group's executive director is Chima Christian. He's also a public policy analyst, and he joins me now in the studio. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
First of all, why is it important in your assessment to amend the current Nigerian constitution? Briefly.
Well, you've reported it already that many people feel that that constitution was imposed on Nigerians, and that given the experiment from 1999 to this point, that it has barely scratched the surface, let alone address the many challenges facing Nigeria. But then, since we don't have the opportunity for large-scale unbundling or indeed dismantling of that constitution, the best we can do within the given circumstances is to try to make piecemeal attempts at patching it at the corners.
Right. Well, we'll come to more of that in a minute. But some have said that the Constitution needs something much more radical and much more fundamental than merely tinkering with it, and that this was an opportunity missed because the National Assembly is simply playing parliamentary ping pong and is not really going to get to the heart of the matter. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree partly with that thought, but then the extreme part of it is that when you have that thought, it keeps you from participating. It keeps you away from participating. Yes, there is an ideal situation where you would have everyone come together. For instance, the last that we tried it was during the confab to design a new roadmap for Nigeria. But wherein you've seen that the key political actors of the day are unwilling to have that conversation, the best you can do, given the circumstances, is to try to find out within this constitution what are those pain points that we can address, or that we can at least mobilize consensus on, and then that things will move even if it's marginally better. And so those are the pain points that you want to address while you are waiting for the day that you have that opportunity to do that large-scale damage on the 1999 Constitution.
No, I understand that, but I don't mean to sort of beat a dead horse. Yes. But how much do you think the current constitution undermines the political and economic development of Nigeria? Because there are those who believe, as we mentioned a minute ago, that the current constitution is so deeply flawed that it's tested this country's cohesion to breaking point. Do you agree with that assessment?
Totally agree with that assessment. In fact, if it is left for me, I would have that constitution disbanded today, and then the discussions for enacting a new one start immediately. However, I've mentioned earlier that you have an ideal situation where this is what you would want. But then given the circumstances, it's only pragmatic to see that these things cannot happen now. First, before you talk about dismantling a constitution, you have to have a willing president. It's important to note that no civilian administration since 1960 has been able to make any large-scale structural adjustment in Nigeria. Whether you're talking about the creation of 24 states, 30 states, 36 states, all of these things have been done by the military.
Yeah,
the changing of constitutions have been done by the military. So that constitution in itself has imposed, it makes it very difficult In fact, I can liken it to that he-goat in the village that will refuse the owner to follow the owner willingly to the market. So that constitution has made it so much so that you can, beat around the corner.
Well, to be honest, I don't blame the he-goat because the he-goat assumes that he's going to be slaughtered at some point. So why would he want to follow the owner?
Yeah, now you see it, so that if you want to indeed force these he-goats to go to the markets, that you must have a willing president.
Right.
And you must have a willing lawmakers, because not that attempts have not been made in times past, but then I find out that those attempts in my analysis have not been ambitious enough. And where they're ambitious, they've been lacking in energy. And you see this with the lips. I've not seen any president of the country since 1999 that really wanted to change our constitution. Not one, because they know how to win elections. I'm telling you, the amount of energy you expend winning a presidential election is no match to the amount of energy you will expend to convince Nigerians to change their constitution. But I've not seen a president that rolled up his sleeve and gets to work about these things. So, and I'm not seeing that with the current president. So what we can achieve within the given circumstances is to make piecemeal attempts.
Well, I don't mean to water down what you're saying there or to divert attention from it, but I was quite curious about that he-goat thing. I mean, why not a she-goat? But in any case, let's move on. So you're working within the limited parameters. You submitted, your organization, 5 constitutional amendment suggestions to the committee. Tell us about these. What are they?
Oh, firstly, they were, all of these 5 are focused strictly on Nigeria's electoral space. And then we unbundled them for the ease of administration, because if you look at that organization and you've looked at what has happened in times past, now you see a subcommittee headed by a clerk, and then have a few associates, put there. And they have these piles and piles of recommendations. Many times they don't get to read it, let alone distilling. So what we did was that, okay, we looked at their previous amendment and said, what was it like? And so we saw that the ones that successfully scaled through were the ones that were bundled, specifically located to what you want to achieve. So if you are, for instance, targeting section 77, 78, 118, you say, this is what I'm targeting. This is the clause I don't like about this. This is what I would want it to
basically you do a lot of their work for them.
Yes. So once you've done that and you leave them with the option of copying and pasting and debating your idea, you've made that work easier. But then if you dump it on them, expecting them to carry their textbooks to do the work of legislation, I mean, they are busy sharing bags of rice in the communities. They are busy sharing kekena peps in the communities.
Because we do try to be fair. I mean, there is an awful lot of work for that committee to do. I mean, I saw somewhere over almost 14,000 suggestions and submissions have been made. I mean, including your own, of course, and a lot of suggestions to be processed.
And then I'm also feeling that they might be overwhelmed, given also the resources they have, the limited number of staff they have, and the limited amount of time they have. If you looked at that call for memoranda and then the interview granted by Deputy House Leader, that's Benjamin Carlo, who has that committee, they've given themselves a set time frame to achieve that goal. And it's quite an ambitious time frame to be able to distill all of those ideas. So what I suspect that they will do is that they will look at the headline, look at it, and then move on. So much so that they can process as much as they can before they get into the actual proposing of the first draft.
Right. Well, you haven't entirely told us what you submitted.
Yes, I will get to that in a minute. Okay.
Well, briefly, because we've got to move on.
So we're talking.
It's not our friend.
Yes. So we targeted section 77, for instance. We wanted to delete just one clause, residing in Nigeria. That clause in section 77 of the Constitution, residing in Nigeria, has made it practically difficult, if not impossible, unlawful actually, for people in the diaspora to participate meaningfully in the Nigerian electoral space. Now that they contribute in terms of manpower, in terms of resources, we are thinking that if you delete that particular clause, it gives them the opportunity. INEC will now further work out the modalities within the Electoral Act and within the guideline to find ways to do that. But once you have given them that impetus in the Constitution, you process it.
So voting capacity for people abroad.
Voting capacity for people abroad. And then you look at section 78, for instance. Again, we're now looking at 78, gives INEC the powers to conduct elections and to determine the processes. But then that parameter is so broad that it doesn't give it guiding principles. And we're saying that there must be some kind of philosophical principles guiding elections. So, for instance, if you're arguing elections now, your Supreme Court is looking at what is called substantial compliance. And that substantial compliance is your Electoral Act, which is inferior to the Constitution. So we're now looking at, for instance, things that say that the conduct of elections by must abide by these principles. Things like freedom of citizens to exercise their franchise. In any part of Nigeria without fear of intimidation or discrimination, fair representation of persons with disability. We're looking at free and fair elections which are free from violence, intimidation, improper influence, corruption, accurate representation of the voting decisions of the public, conducted by a truly independent body, transparent, administered in an impartial, neutral, efficient, accountable manner, and conducted in accordance with the Electoral Act. Election guideline as may be issued by INEC. Now, this is important because now, if you had noticed through the litigations from 1999, what the lawyers have been facing with, especially lawyers of the opposing side, is that the election guidelines seem to be a little bit inferior to the Electoral Act, which is inferior to the Constitution. So what we did with this is that we dragged up the election guideline and mentioned it directly in Constitution, and so dragged up the Electoral Act and mentioned it directly, although the Electoral Act had been mentioned about 4 or 5 times, but we now included the election guidelines, so that you now give that guideline impetus that INEC can no longer go anywhere to deny their guideline, and so that guideline becomes much more operational. So some of those arguments are what we made. And then you also see that if you look at other parts of the Constitution, you will see how draconian the electoral space is. For instance, do you know that it's unlawful for instance, support groups to participate or canvass for votes? And many people don't know this because it has not been implemented. But once you leave that law there, a government will come to implement it. So we're now saying that you must expand a bit to allow political parties, campaign councils, and their support groups to solicit and canvass for votes. It's also unlawful in Nigeria today to receive donations from abroad. So if you're running for elections and your wife is in abroad, she can't send you money. If she sends you money, you must have to give it back to INEC. And that's unlawful. So we're saying that you must have to expand that parameter a bit to include legal citizens of Nigeria who might be resident elsewhere, that they are able to impact. I understand the rationale. I understand what they're trying to do. Then we also talk about partisanship of INEC members, that we're now trying to make it outly spelled out in the Constitution, that if you had become a member of a political party at some point, that you're not eligible to be appointed into INEC until 10 years has elapsed since the last time you held membership of a political party. We're also talking about issues of qualification.
So that's what you're asking them to do.
Yes, we're asking them to do.
That's an important point.
Yes, and then issue of qualification too. We're now asking, that omnibus description of who qualifies or what disqualifies a president was limited, that you must be convicted of a crime in Nigeria. And we're now saying that, but then when you come to the State House of Assembly, you see that if you are convicted of a crime anywhere in the world, you can run for State House of Assembly. But if you are convicted of a crime anywhere in the world, you can run for Senate, you can run for presidency, and you can also run for governor. So we're now including just a clause, or in any other country. So that if you are convicted of these kinds of crimes in Nigeria or in any other country, that those kind of crimes are considered egregious, that you will not be qualified to run for office. There are other amendments, for instance, running of political parties, things we just looked at. For instance, if you look at the Constitution, there are about 66 items on the Constitution that talks about elections. What we did is that we distilled these 66, critically looked at them, and then see how many of these can we alter, and then it will impact the credibility of the process. Those were the 16 items that we've targeted, and we're engaging with this National Assembly to see that those items are passed into law. But this is just an important first step. There are issues with the Electoral Act that has to be taken up at some point, and then there are issues with the election guideline that has to be taken up at some point. And one of the things we included here now is that the election guideline must be done in consultation with leadership of the political parties, so that INEC does not arbitrarily go and get a gadget and impose it on Nigeria. That gadget had to be tested, those gadgets had to be audited, those processes have to be audited, and when they pass those integrity tests, those are the times you cannot now use it on Nigerians.
Right.
So some of those things are the things that we're looking at.
Right. I have to say that I'm impressed with your enthusiasm. Clearly, this puts a lot of weight on your shoulders and the shoulders of your organization as a public policy group. Are you fairly happy with the process so far, or has it left you disappointed?
No, it's not yet time to be disappointed. And frankly, the process is just starting. All right, they have not even drafted the first which is they do the first one, the second one, public hearings, the third one, and then it goes to the states. All right. So we are happy that part of our recommendations, and indeed that of other Nigerians, will be reflected in what will be drafted. It's only when we have seen that process. But then if you look at the body language of the leadership of the both houses of the nation, you see that they clearly have a goal. For instance, state police is a goal. And looking at them, they are set out to achieve it, because although it's receiving opposition, but that opposition is feeble enough it's not strong enough to stop what is happening. So they have clear things that they want to achieve. But then it is now left for us and other Nigerians to say, while you are pursuing other objectives, which are noble, these are also things that we think you can do to help the country move forward a bit.
Well, come back and talk to us as the process progresses. But impressive stuff that you're doing there. Chima Christian is the Executive Director of Africa's Morning Center for
Let me most sincerely apologize for your time this evening. I know some of you have been here for a while, and that is why I've been hurrying. I've been actually been so said, for me, it is different. I would have been here on time, even if it was one person, and by now I would have done. The rest can come and learn from the person that was here with me, because really we just have to manage our time more efficiently. So I sincerely apologize if you have been waiting. And again, I have just three things that I've said this evening, because I've heard people talk about capacity building. I don't think, for me, that is anything to worry about. I'll talk about capacity building in the end. First is, for me, is gratitude. I came to thank all of you who are Nigerians, especially for sacrificing your time, which is the most important, your resources in supporting the process in Nigeria, especially last year's election. Some of you made phone calls, some visited, some spent their time talking. All this is very important. And for that, I do not take for granted. Whether you supported me or you supported another person, you were part of it. And I urge you to continue. I'm sincerely grateful for that. And that is my number one reason. May God Almighty continue to reward you for that effort. For the organizers of this event today, most of whom are the organizers in the past, I thank you. And I urge you to continue. And I've listened to you said you're now going to have a policy think tank. I urge you to continue in that direction. And let it not be a Nigerian thing. It is very important. Because often we start a noble thing, and because of our transnational life, we end it somewhere along the line. It's just like all of us who are involved in politics. I always say to people, nobody is claiming to be a saint, but I always urge people, can we be a little bit consistent in what we do? So, again, gratitude for you to stop starting this, and may you continue. I was telling you this evening, I said, every day in life I learn, I meet good and bad people. And I take note of the good ones, and I take note of the bad ones, because it's very important as you go along. Nigeria is bad because we are bad. If we live the life we preach, it will be good. But we say something else and do something else. That's why it's not working. If all of us, if more people, and that's what we're trying to change. And change doesn't come easy. I listened to my brother talk about his experience. And it's a good experience. You've learned a lot. You know, we learn it every day and everything. You criticize something, say this is wrong, and everybody takes it. So for me, it's not going to be about capacity. I'm going to talk about capacity building in the end. But since you said you're starting a think tank today, let me tell you what happens in Chatham House. They don't really want to listen to your lecture. They want you to answer their questions. It is their question that shows whether what you're doing. So I think I'll reverse it. People didn't come here, I'm sure, not to learn about capacity building. That you can just find the definition. They probably want to ask questions and get it answered because I know capacity building will do a lot in Nigeria, but there's some more other important things that can do more. So maybe we'll start with question and answer. If you will agree, we'll go direct to the questions people want to be answered, and then we'll talk about capacity building in the end. Or do we start the other way around? Whatever you say is what I'll do. Thank you. So let's go and ask the questions. No, if you collect the questions, you won't be able to answer the ones that are not good. I want the people to speak up and say you're not a human being. So I can answer them why I'm a human being. So yes, when they collect questions, they remove the ones that they don't want you to answer. The people are
Val,
here.
please.
Let's take their questions.
Val.
Yeah. Thank you. Just a few.
Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everybody. I'll just be straightforward and brief, okay? Mr. Peter Obi, Indian community in Canada, the Chinese community in Nigeria have proven that there is strength in unity and you can achieve more when you work together. Now, we know the peculiarity with Nigeria. We know the issue. I salute you for your confidence in going for the election last year. But what are you doing, sir, to bridge the gap among all the ethnic groups? Because with all due respect, okay, there seems to be this apprehension towards certain ethnic groups in the country. What are you doing to bridge that gap, not just among ethnic groups, but among political parties? Similarly to what Tinubu did when he was able to bring people from CPC, AMPP, part of ABGA, PDP, and ACN to form APC. What can you do in that aspect so as to gain the power at the center? Thank you.
All protocols duly observed. The question I want to ask is, where do you think, in your opinion, where do you think we got it wrong at the last election? And what do you think we can do differently to, get the change we really all desire in the country?
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My question is, we know in the last election, the INEC came up with an excuse that there was a glitch for the INEC server. And now on the next election will be coming in 2027. What are the plans in order to make sure that this kind of excuse doesn't come up again? Or if at all it comes up, how do you tackle it? Thank you.
Your Excellency, my question is still related to the last election. And very importantly, I'm sure I'm not the only one who observed that there are a lot of external influences on our election system. Specifically, I'll mention an interview that the former president GEJ granted, where he, expressed his displeasure at how America influenced the outcome of his own election. He specifically named the former US president. We also saw similar situations play out in the last election. My question is, how are you, as a candidate who is most likely going to stand in the next election, making efforts to lobby these external forces or to align them to your own side of the political struggle? It's a very pertinent question, and I'd like to have answers to that. Thank you.
Your Excellency, one more. So I'm taking all the questions from here. Next time it will be this side.
The last one.
Thank you. So my question is very simple. Will you keep contesting till you eventually win? Because we've seen people, even our last president contested 4 times. People still keep.
We don't have that issue. Ethnicity and religion is a clear organization of the elite, greedy group, the establishment, to keep us where we are. It is something that was born out of incompetence. When you're not doing well or when you want to do a state capture, you bring it in. Because I don't know any ethnic in Nigeria that is not suffering. Tell me which part of Nigeria is secure today. Tell me if there's any ethnic group that buys bread cheaper. Tell me if there's any religion that buys bread cheaper. If the Muslims start today to sell bread cheaper, I can tell you the Christians will go to the mosque and buy the bread. Vice versa. So it is what we use to continue keeping Nigeria where it is. Because we have refused to use the proper process based on competence, capacity, compassion to select our leaders. So they hire all sorts of tools to tell you, I'm from here, I'm from there, I'm from there. Is there any road that is started in Nigeria that is good, that only one ethnic group passes? No. Is there really any part of Nigeria that is working in any ethnic group? No. It's the education and everything. The North has been in charge for several years. That's where we have highest out of school children. You can enrich 1 or 2 people, which will not work because you're trying to just build a system where people make money without entrepreneurship. So there's no production, it will collapse over time. For me, they know we need to dismantle it. I have support all over. And they know that once that starts, so for us, once you remove, that's why I keep saying, we must dismantle this criminality. If you know any tribe, people, you can tell you, oh, we're this is happening, we're that, this is happening. But at the end of the day, that's it. I was just telling someone today, I said, listen, Abuja is in the north. You can't drive from Abuja to Kene. Can't drive from Kene to Auchi. Can't drive from Auchi to Benin. That is not in my area. But there's no road. Somebody said here it was someone told me today it's from Obama. And I said, hey, get a minute. There's no, so you can go on and on and on. Nobody can go from Enugu to Makurdi or Makurdi to Abuja. Can't go from Kanu to Medugri. So they're everywhere. You know, I try as much as possible. I drove from Kaduna to Abuja from Kano to Kaduna, Kaduna to Abuja just a week ago. To just cross Kaduna Ring Road took us about 2 hours. It doesn't make sense. And these are the tribes that have been in power. So forget about tribe, forget about religion. It is purely a tool employed by the establishment, the criminal gang that has set Nigeria for one place. It doesn't work. That I can tell you. And they know that we would have dismantled it. I can tell you, it will be dismantled. Once you bring competence in, they go away. All these things will go. Because it's not helping anybody. Somebody told me today about state creation and whether we'll get this, why people look for more local government. I said because we have established a system of sharing, not a system of creating. So once you're sharing, people bother about number. But when you start creating, everybody disappears and goes back to do his work. Where did we go wrong in the last election? We didn't go wrong anywhere. We did the right things. But like I always tell people, when you bring a change, you fight for enemy all those who live off the old order. They don't go away. They gang up. So, and we're not don't think it's a sprint race to remove establishment. It's a long distance journey. Everywhere it's happened in the world. Go and check everywhere, whether you're looking at what happened in India with Mandela, in America, everything. No change has come overnight. It takes time. And I urge all of you, if you really want change, we've just begun. We just have to continue to where we are. If I tell people, and I say it every day, what I go through, you ask me, why are you still in this thing? Why are you still doing this? Why do you still have to bother? But I'm in it. And I don't intend to change. You see, every now and then you see agencies of government, tools of government, even when I'm not running an election, calling me them every day. They now organize town hall meeting just for me. No problem. It doesn't bother me. Let's keep doing what we're doing. We did well. And we should be proud of it and continue in that trajectory until we're able, yes, there might be one or two things. We'll correct them. Those things we'll correct. And I assure you we're correcting them without naming them to be able to. But it's not going to be easy. We're going to do things. INEC server was same as the establishment. The server won't work because the establishment had made it that it won't work. So it is us to continue to say it will work. There was no glitch. Amazon came and said there was no glitch. Amazon glitch is noticed globally. It's recorded globally. And as at that period, we even brought the Amazon person who says, these are the number of glitches we have since inception. And there was none that was reported that day. So we know it didn't report. It was the glitch of the establishment of criminality that is in the system, and we must one day make it work. So we know there was no glitch. So you talked about the external influences. There's no external influence. I don't need to lobby anybody. I can tell you that I went to several meetings outside Nigeria. Do Americans come to Nigeria when they are running an election? No. Do Kenyans come to Nigeria? I will not go to any country. I'm a Nigerian, and I'm running to serve Nigeria. Why would I go and lobby anybody? I'm one person who says, if I'm in office, we will stop foreign aid because we don't need it. God gave us everything. We don't need to waste anybody's time. I said it today when I was and we're city council. Nigeria have everything it needs to be a super country. God gave us everything. I don't need to go and lobby anybody. We'll just need to fold our sleeves and work. It's as simple as ABC. We don't need anybody. I have governed the state. I didn't leave the state. Things were bad. Before I became governor of Anambra, Anambra was known for bank references and everything. In fact, it was named Home for All. And I came and said, there's no place called Home for All. And we changed it to what? Light of the nation. And we said we'll be first in everything. No longer are we going to be using bad reference. No quarrel, no nothing. And we face the work. So from education, from health, from this, from that, fixing our small roads and everything. Somebody asked me today about it. I said, I didn't start any new road. Maybe one or two. That I fixed the ones that were existing. Completed the one my predecessors from Ngike to everybody started. That's what we should do. We don't need any influence. We want external relationship. In fact, let me tell you about international relationship. The more developed, the more you dig in and do the right things, the more you earn your respect internationally.
Yeah, that's true.
China didn't start by coming to beg America. Neither was Vietnam, neither was India. Today, yeah, it's being celebrated. These are countries few years ago that were stuck in underdevelopment. If you don't know, within what we're talking about China, India today, between year 2000, which was just yesterday, and year 2015, China put 439 million people out of poverty. India did 260 million out of poverty. Today, those two countries, the biggest in population combined, Nigeria is almost having more people in poverty than two of them. It cannot happen. All we need is to have people who are sincere and dismantle people for stealing public money. We can't continue like that. We have oil. We have gold. We have everything. So where are we going to beg people who don't have those facilities? No. We don't need their aid. We need people to tell you. When I became governor, by influence of somebody called Professor B.C. Monson, he asked me to go and see certain people. He's still alive. I said, I won't see them. I'm contesting to be governor of Anambra State, and I'm not from Anambra. And when I became governor, I used to quarrel with people who were not happy with me. If you know that the elites in Anambra, even till today, are not happy with me. And it's not that I know it, because I go to see a president then who tells me, Peter, nobody's happy with you. And I say, Mr. President, I didn't promise people happiness. I promised to fix school. I promised to fix school. I promised to fix health. Because the only thing that would have made them happy is to give them public money, which I'm not ready to give anybody. And that's it. So it doesn't. And I can assure you that if I had won presidency, people won't be happy. The elites will not be happy. That's why they ganged up, because they know what will have happened and everything. People were not happy. So it wasn't about people's happiness. I get warned, and I say it every day. I get warned, people tell me, not even the female, not even the women, not even my wife. I always say my wife, whenever I say people are not happy, I say, you're not happy equally. Because I shut down office of First Lady. I said it shouldn't exist, because nobody voted for you. You're just my wife and I love you. So it's not one with me. It is me who they voted for to deal with this matter. And with us, because I found out we were going to spend more money for an office that has no value than education. How? How did we get here? So there's no external influence. It is us. The influence begins with us as a human being. I told people in Harvard that one of the reasons people want to know why I went to so many schools, I wanted to know what I asked them in Canada today. I said, what is your best university? I go to different places. I want to learn. I was in City of Brandon to learn, just to learn. And I was shocked that the person who was teaching me what I wanted to do was a Nigerian. So they don't have different brain. So why are we going to go to them? We'll talk about their influence. It is us allowing this. And finally we said, will you keep contesting? Well, I can tell you, I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria walk. Because they can walk. So if I find those who can do it the same way, if I find those who can do it, what I can do, what I do, of course I will encourage them. I've been part of a system that is working. I've seen systems work. What I want to see is Nigerians who don't. Have you wondered why Nigerians are so religious, yet things are going wrong? It's because they don't believe in God. They actually talk, but they don't believe in it. Because if they do, the story will be different. They will have conscience, they will have compassion, and they will do the right things. But I've seen people do the wrong thing consistently while preaching. So for me, it's not about me. It's about us. How do we get it to go right? It is not very difficult. Nations after nations have done that. Why can't we do the same thing? It's as simple as ABC. Tell me the problem you think is the greatest problem in Nigeria. And I tell you that it can be solved. Because we're not the first people who have solved it. We're not the first people who have victim of criminality. It was all over South, I call it America. From Colombia to Mexico to this to Brazil and everything. It's been solved. We're not the first country to be immersed in poverty. It's been solved in other countries. So if they have done it, we're not the first country who did not have power. It's been solved in countries. Then everything. I was just quoting in Tanzania last week. If you follow my tweet, Tanzania last week had to shut down 5 of their facilities because they have overcapacity in electricity production. Tanzania, they shut down five facilities because they have overcapacity. They have more than they need. So what is wrong with us? That in 20, 30 years, we're stuck in one place because the establishment don't want us to go, and they root it in tribe. Is there any tribe that have electricity, my brother? Show me where they have 24 electricity, and we'll go there and live. So it's not a tribal thing. Or show me any religion where even a church that the electricity is 24 hours in Nigeria, church, and we all go there and worship. It is nonsense. We must dismantle this criminality that is today.
Please, questions from the women now. Women.
Your Excellency, my name is Amina from Gombe State. I married from Taraba. My question is, there was this saying that you started getting to the grassroots late. Are you planning to start getting to people, especially people from the north? The problem of the north is when you start from the top, the minor tribes that are there, they will not be able to get the help. And even if it's given to the top, they will give it to their own religion, and other religion will not get it. So they continue donkey years. People are still, there are a lot of places, no light, no even water. They still drink water from the stream. So I hope you look onto on that. Also, next time you're coming to Canada, we'd like to see the First Lady, so that we'll have women to mentor. Thanks.
That's a question for His Excellency to answer.
Okay, I'm standing on the existing protocols. My question is around, the incident from the last election where we found out that some booths were not well covered by the Labour Party agents. So my question is, what strategies are you looking to put in place, like in the coming election, to make sure that there's a widespread of Labour Party agents? People are still going to be in Labour Party. Then are we hoping also to see like a collaboration or a merger with other political parties? Because it's going to be very difficult for you to unseat the present government or the present administration. So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have question for Mr. Peter Obi. I just want to say thank you very much for giving Nigeria youth a lot of hope and encouragement. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Hello, Your Excellency. Thank you for your presence here today. I just have a question in terms of what advice would you give Nigerian youth in the diaspora and at home, in terms of they've lost hope based on everything. I know that we have the same sentiments as people, but what would you advise us in terms of how to support our community back home? Thank you.
This is a very good question. How many of you here know MC Danfo? MC Danfo? If you know him, you know why I'm doing what I'm doing.
No, it's for him.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Excellency. I have two prompt questions. The first one is a personal one. You've said a few things. One is about the criminal enterprise in Nigeria, about how difficult things are. I'm wondering, how do you keep going? Can you tell us what keeps you going in this work that you are doing, for which you're not being paid by anybody, but you've been doing it now for at least since 2021 or 2022, and you've persisted in doing it since after the election? So that's the personal question, what keeps you going? The second part is kind of policy related, and that has to do with the security situation in Nigeria. I just came back from Nigeria last week, and I couldn't travel between Owerri and Nsukka for security reasons. So are you able to tell us, not the detail, but give us some idea of maybe how you think you would have handled the security situation in Nigeria that is keeping people from moving and conducting even ordinary commerce? Thank you.
Actually 6, not 5. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. First question is the issue of grassroots. You started with the grassroots late. Well, maybe yes and no. Because if it was voting, people voted for us. But the system refused it. And I'm also beginning to reach out to the grassroots, like you said. I'm sure you must have seen me in the north and everything. But I'm not visiting the grassroots because of votes. I'm visiting them, or the next election, I'm visiting them because I want to learn. When you say we have 20 million out-of-school children, you're actually talking about 20 million productive people that can change the world. Countries like Gambia, just 10 million people. Netherlands is 17-point-something million people. I can go on and tell you countries that are not even up to 20 million. There's so many of them that are not even up to 20 million. So it becomes imperative for us to look at what is happening to them. And I went to study and learn about the Almajiri system. And I found people of incredible talent. I spent time in Almajiri school watching young people learn Quran, sat with them and watched them. And I saw doctors, lawyers, engineers, everything. Because the same talent they're using to learn the Quran and analyze it is all they need. What they needed what we call Sharia system of education. So for me, since they can't go to school, if I have the opportunity, I'll take school to them. Where they're learning the Quran, I'm going to put English teacher, mathematics teacher, science teacher, everything there. And I can tell you before they finish learning the Quran, they also have learned something. We're not the greatest Muslim country in the world. Indonesia is there. The difference is that Indonesia have over 90% secondary school enrollment. We have 28%. The difference is that they belong to the high portion of human development index. Low. So what is lacking is available to us, and that is the grassroots. And I'm reaching out to the grassroots. I want to change them. I want to help them to be better people because they can help us to change the world. Not because they want to vote for me. Like I said, for me is to get Nigeria to work. And they're not just going to be engineers and everything. We need productivity. Productivity today. I believe that today Nigeria can change from the north. We can make more oil work for us, but I can tell you, the north will generate more money, more resources for us than oil. So I'm reaching out to them as much as I can, and of course, we'll discuss the First Lady next time. All I can tell you that she's okay. She's okay. There's nothing. We're living together. We live for 30 years together, and I think we'll live together for the rest of our life. But issue of, for now, we want to save Nigeria. Thank you. Somebody said, Labour Party agents were not in all the booths. I agree with you because we started. You know how we started and everything. There's so many lessons we learned. Somebody asked about lessons we're going to correct in the future. I won't stay here to tell you those lessons. Whether we are going to collaborate with people, if the need be, yes, of course. People, collaboration, I'm collaborating with you people. You are actually the biggest collaboration we need to be able to dismantle what I'm talking about. We're going to work with everybody who thinks the same way we think, who wants to do the same thing we're doing. Our collaboration will not be based on transaction. It will be based on transformation. People have to be thinking the same way we're thinking. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. If you go and collaborate with people who don't think the same way, or those that can easily change, because there's some people who can change and believe in what you're saying, you can collaborate with them. But if you collaborate with those who don't believe in what you're saying, you're going to have a problem along the line. I always say to people that I want to drive this bus. I want us to be in the same place with people who are going to the same destination with us. Because if you go and carry people who have passed their destination, you have a problem. And that's not what we want to do. We want to do the right things and everything. So party, we will change certain things and we'll collaborate. It is important. And you said thanks for the youth. And what someone asked about the advice of the youth. Let me be honest with you. We're doing what we're doing for the youth because we want to save ourselves. You can't be with your children anarchy and think you'll be safe. The reason why we have insecurity today is because we didn't invest in our youth yesterday. It is those people that were left and abandoned that have become a problem to us. If we have invested in them, the right education, the right things, the North is far and safe today than the South. because they didn't invest in education. They didn't invest in training those people. So if you leave these people abandoned, you actually not saving your life. So what we're doing is investing in them to save our lives and for our children to live in a better society. Yes, you're in Canada. You live in a better society. But I can tell you, in terms of Nigeria, you're also one of the biggest losses because your children won't come back there again. They don't want to be associated. Who wants to go where there's insecurity? Somebody just said he could not go because they don't want him to go to Enugu. They want to go to. So if you don't go, you think your children will ever go there? You think they'll come for your burial? No. I've heard people who say, listen, just bury my dad and wish him well. So what you're doing is that you're investing in your future. And a youth asks me, what do I think about the youth? Yes, you're right. My advice to you is that you came from a country called Nigeria. Chinese people live in Canada, but they're proud to be called Chinese people. They've never abandoned China. They're still Canadian Chinese or Chinese Canadian, whatever you call them. Indians are here. They've never abandoned India. They're still proud to be saying, I'm an Indian. So are Vietnamese, so are Philippines, so are everybody. Everybody is still happy to say, I'm from here. And if your own is not bad, so you can, in your own little knowledge, and when we talk about capacity building, that's the word capacity building. People say to me, what is about capacity building? It's using that knowledge you learn from here, that exposure, that belief, and translating into not thinking about his tribe or his religion. I can tell you, whenever people tell me about religion, what I tell them is, and I'm sure I've said it here in Canada, Dubai is thriving. If I go to Dubai, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. I go to St. Mary's, I think St. Mary's Church in Dubai. The Catholic Church in Dubai, the land and the church was built by Emir of Dubai. It's written there. He gave them the land, built the church. So why is our own different? So it's even encouraging that diversity. It's even encouraging that situation because it makes society work. The biggest mosque in Europe, no, well, I don't know, maybe I'm correct, but one of the biggest is in London. It's a land given by the Queen. The Queen is not there. So it is, why would it be? I'm not scared of anybody in Nigeria. I believe that we're same. I always introduce myself as a Nigerian. I don't believe there's any part of Nigeria that I don't love. We're Nigerians. For me today, I want to invest in the North. I believe we can pull Nigeria back from the North because they have all the resources. Our biggest cause of our inflation today is food. We have vast uncultivated land in the North. If we cultivate it, we can feed Africa, we can feed everybody. You see me in my tweets question why should Ukraine have more grain than Nigeria? Our land in the north is bigger than the entire Ukraine. Ukraine is about 603,000 square kilometers. And the northern Nigeria is bigger than Ukraine. So the youth, I urge you to be part of this change. It is necessary for us. Well, what do you advise? Advise, okay, Nigerian youth, okay. And then it comes to finally, the security situation in the country. There's so many things you need to do to reduce the security situation in Nigeria. We have insecure countries all over the world. And I don't think our own is peculiar. We just need to focus on it. We just need to deal with it. We can't allow non-state actors take over a country. Might as well declare war. Nations have been in war. We've seen corruption in the security system. We've seen under manpower and everything. There's no way if you come to Canada today and as we are here now, if anything happens here, there's nothing unique that gives perception there's security in Canada. You know what will happen if anything goes wrong here now? You probably see 6, 7 police vehicles running around all over the place. No, I'm just telling you. What does it do? Perception. That we are ready to deal with this. Then if you say there's school, God forbid, school shootout down there, tomorrow, the Prime Minister, everybody will arrive there. That is the sense of that. We want to deal with this. We won't have this and deal with it decisively. In our country, it doesn't happen. And finally, how do I keep going? Just like I urge you to keep going. I've said it before several times. It's too late. It's not a long story how I got involved in politics. And since I got involved, I don't want to go away again. I wasn't a politician. I was like every one and each of you. I never voted from the day I decided to go and contest government. If there's anything in my life that I never knew it was possible, is to go near politics. If there's anything that had made me lost a fortune where I would have been in life, it's politics. But then, everything I've had is by His grace. And it's by His grace that He takes you to where you don't want to go or where you want to go. I've said it before. I joined politics from going to schools. In my little life, I've been to various schools in my life. I didn't have a privilege of coming to school in Canada, but I've been to trainings from Harvard to Columbia to Kellogg. I'm a Kellogg scholar. Somebody asked me just last week, said, Peter, how are you an alumnus of Cambridge, Oxford, IMD, Kellogg? And I said, I was actually going to know whether there's something in their brain that is different from our brain. But wherever I go, I found out that our brain might actually be better than their own. And I asked myself, so where are we not doing better? But in Kellogg, I met a man called Professor Donald Jacob, the Dean of Kellogg Graduate School. This was in 2001. He took us on a course called the World Economy. Since you wanted to know, let me explain it to you. And he taught us for 3.5 months, 3 months. He never mentioned anything about Africa. A day before his last day, that is the last day he will retire from Kellogg. He came into the class and the whole hall was full. The whole of Kellogg Graduate School was full. And I said, Dean Jacob, you haven't said anything about Africa. He said, do I want to know about Africa? I said, yes. I paid $40,000 for this course. And you haven't talked about my country. Dean Jacob, I went to live there. I'm going to live with them. So the reason why, because you asked this, we were not in education. I could visit those schools, people in Anambra State, twice, 3 times, and I would say to people, these two, they don't have anything. Who is from, where in Anambra? You won't believe it's the same school. To get admission there. Where are you from? That could feel it. When schools change and know the names of the school, look at their face. When I poverty, when I do things and everything, he always tell me, say, Peter, no. It's not about stay. And it's not because I did it with me. You see where I said, say, Peter, but it's not. And he will always ask me, said, but it can change the life of somebody in my village. Sleep. It doesn't matter, I can sleep here. It's just me. I mean, the best place, I will be awake. So there's a big man. I said, well, you pay. We drove together to his village. And I said, 5,000. You could see the joy in their face. That's what keeps me going. When you see those poor people, that's all they are suffering for. They didn't do anything by going around preaching to people and saying, we have to change. I wouldn't want to go out to run their Chatham House. Who need to be able to learn to do. It's about capacity. Whether you're talking about people, sports, everything, the people, maybe in school, I want to see a Jamaican over there. As I said, athletics and everything. It was actually, they were earning more money than they did. So many things you talked about, Easter's or New Year's in prisons. And I tried, you won't believe it, how getting goes. So even if because we have not it, so when you get it, the more you, it's from Taraba, 4,000, 54,000 square conducive place. Make you got to this there and every part of Nigeria. So for me, when we talk about especially
I think the end of the video starts to skip, you know. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you guys for stopping by, you know. So, oh my God. Yeah, I think they were skipping. I don't know why they were skipping, but I think they were cutting out video. Maybe they're trying to shorten it. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, that's as far, you know, that's it. Peter will be in Canada. Thanks to those who were able to make it. Oh, that was quite, that was good, you know. Greetings, everyone. Oh, now, welcome. Happy Saturday to you. How's the weather on your end? It's raining over here. All of a sudden, rain. Anyway, they actually said it was going to rain today, but I didn't believe it because it's been quite sunny. But in any case, una welcome, oh, una welcome. Sorry, I've been incommunicado for a while. You know, your girl had to take a break and, you know, recalibrate, as they say. But yeah, as the topic states, right? You guys just find I just found out that the US and France, they're trying to lobby for base in Nigeria. They're trying to transfer those bases that you know, they were kicked out of Mali and the rest of them. So they're trying to now beg. They're actually lobbying aggressively. That's what I read. They're lobbying aggressively for Agbado to give them base in Nigeria. Omo, everybody need to be shout. We cannot allow that happen. We have enough problems. We don't need more. These people just only base that they look for. They don't come with any solution. So please let everybody raise their voices in this. We don't want any base in Nigeria. I heard that I think the northern elders actually sent a message to Agbado saying that he should not allow France and the US to, you know, force him to give them space for a base. We don't need it. We have too many problems in Nigeria. We don't need it. We now know how long it takes for them to remove the base from Mali, from Benin Republic. No, sorry, from Niger and the rest of them. You know how long they were dragging their feet, because I think Niger has their biggest drone base. Their biggest drone base is in Niger. You know how long it took? They drag their feet. We get the energy for Nigeria when we have docile citizens now. Nobody's willing to do anything. Then when these people now come, they'll now come and which land are they going to? Whose land are they going to put the base? You know, whose land? So please, oh, everybody should add their voice. This one is not for one person to be screaming on the top of their lungs. We need to reject. We need to tell them we do not want any base in Nigeria. I beg. The problem that we have within, we have not solved it. Boko Haram on the right, banditry on the left, terrorism in front, bad governance at the back, corrupt officials, government officials, stealing the country blind with no conscience. You know, we can't allow that. And then I think I had a conversation a while back, and this was why I actually said, I actually brought the topic like, are there any strategies to winning an election in a rigged system? Nigeria is a rigged system. Does anybody seriously think that Agbado, right, that any election will be viable in Nigeria? Agbado has successfully bought everyone over. It took him years to do it, but he did. There's no sector that you're not going to find an Agbado person. Eh? So I'm curious, so if anybody has a question, I mean, has the answers to winning strategies in a rigged system, please share. I want to know, because I hear people keep talking about 2027 election, and I'm wondering to myself, what 2027 election? Who is going to put themselves out there to be voting and stress themselves only for them to turn around and declare another candidate? I don't know. This, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Meanwhile, there have been fires in different marketplaces in Lagos. Nothing. Nobody's doing anything about it. Imagine the landmark that they went to destroy because they want to build roads. Meanwhile, the roads that we have in Nigeria, they haven't fixed it. You want to build a road, you destroy a man's livelihood. And the number of people that man hires, you destroy everything. It did not take you long to destroy. It's very easy to know people that came into wealth without enterprise. It's so easy. These people have never worked a day in their lives. All they do is steal, steal. That's how they survive. So they don't know what it means to work hard and build from the scratch. Because I learned that that land, the owner of landmark, had to sand fill that place. That place was nothing before he came. He had to sand fill it before he built on it. A business that has been thriving for that long, you just come within a couple of weeks, it wasn't even up to a week that they gave him a notice. This APC government is from the pit of hell. It's from the darkest place in the abyss. I don't understand it. Eh? Oh my God. Eh? Kene, you say, don't worry yourself about US base in Nigeria. US will pitch that their base will eliminate terrorism, but Nigeria government will tell them we like the terrorists, they are part of us. I don't think I go there. Oh. That's an angle. You are right about that, Kene. Right? But just in case, because you know these people, it's all about money for them. It's all about the material. Once they give them enough money now, you will see them changing their mouth. Oh, sorry. You see them changing their mouth. They start changing what all these things that they said they will do, they're not going to do. You see them doing it. You understand? So for me, even though yes, that's an angle, we still need to raise our voices because we have too many problems. Those people are not going to come take care of no goddamn terrorists. What they're going to do is join the government in creating more mayhem. They don't care about you. They don't care about Nigerians now. Eh? Honestly, victory all the way. In fact, me too. I stand with that Galadima man. When I say let them suffer, let them suffer. It's true. I really, really do. It's so annoying. It's extremely annoying.
I'm not a saint.
You understand? It's very annoying. Eh? We fought, we cried, we shouted, don't vote for these people, don't vote for these people. Everything fell on deaf ears. Everything. Eh? I want to see that Galadima. I want to pull it up. What's his first name? Galadima what? Aha. Bam. I don't see him. Let them die. That is what they want that they voted for. I support him. I really do. But Nigerians not dey hear word. They no dey hear word at all. Nigerians. Eh? You see what is good. Tribalism, religious bigotry. Nigeria. I'm beginning to think more and more, my people, that Nigeria cannot be divided. I'm sorry. Because even within the different regions, there are groups that will suppress others. This Nigerian election has really opened my eyes to a lot of things. There are groups within a region that will suppress, they will sniff the life out of other people that they consider smaller. I'm telling you, Nigeria problem is multi-dimensional. We need a leader who wants to do right. Somebody like Peter Obi and Ahmed that to say they enter. Oh my God. Oh my God. So many things that they need to put in place to just destroy this whole bigotry, religious and tribal bigotry, completely destroy it. I'm telling you. Because the bigotry, the problems that this bigotry has caused. Hey God. We have not scratched the surface of it. We have not scratched the surface of it. It's so deep. You need to hear some people talking when they're expressing their ethnic sentiments and throwing around religious bigotry. Oh my God, you go the one that say God, God damn. I had to leave one. There was somewhere I was listening and I had to leave before my brain shifts. Hey God, I beg go. Ah. Mm-mm. Anyway, let's listen to Galadini.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu.
100% to deal with Nigerians. People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
People are hungry.
The man say people like you. Why did he say people like you? The journalist, did he know? Does he know who does he know who the journalist voted for? He say I support. He say he supports Agbado. Let him deal with Nigerians. It's true. He really is true. I can't take it away from him. Not true. Where is the lie? When we shout, my voice crack. Shout, I quarrel, fight with a literal word punch with each other. But no, people sit down, allow this man thief the election. Not be human being, not be people they give $500, $100. The money never finish now. I no even sure say e pass the 2 or 1 month when they give them the money. Look at the mayhem.
Good morning, Omoye.
Good morning, oh, Mama Echo. Welcome, oh. Thank you very much for stopping by.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I hope you're well as well. Happy Saturday to you.
Same to you. The question is Galadima that is talking now. Has he ever rigged himself into office?
Great question.
Has he? I think was he a governor before?
I don't even know the man. I don't know who he
I know
is.
he was holding some kind of political office. I can't remember except we tried to Google it out. Has he ever rigged before? Or has he helped others to rig? That's the question. He needs to answer. Then we have to begin to discuss the way forward.
Yeah, it's part of the topic. What are the strategies to win an election in a rigged system?
Yes, because
How are we going to do it? So
no
yeah,
matter,
I welcome that.
no matter how we talk, there's not going to be election 2027. We have to put all the possible options on the table and plan and strategize for each one. Because whether we like it or not, if we don't plan anything, there's going to be election. And if there's going to be an election, who are those, both home and abroad, that will contest not just for the presidency, for House of Rep, for House of Senate, and also for the governorship candidates and all the state assembly, including the local government. Because we can't continue to do talk without no solution. And we also need to put things in place for every past president, governor, House of Rep, senator to be audited. Because the money they have looted omoye will solve our problem. How can we continue to be borrowing and they will be looting it and nothing is being done? And most of the borrow, they say they will pay in 2030, 2050, 2060. Who are those that will be alive then? Is it not the unborn children? I'm asking. Is it not the unborn children?
It is, though. I don't know if you were here when I played a video of a young man.
So Nigerian children that have not been born, we've already borrowed their future, and some people are pocketing it in their pockets, both home and abroad. It is high time we begin to discuss all these solutions now, and also work towards it. Majority of the money they stole, they brought it to this Western world. At least with private investigator, we can get all this money back. Oh my, do you see the rates? We are having more children on the street, children running from home because their parents could not feed them. They are now on the street of Nigeria in the 36 states. Are we going to be quiet over all this? It is really time we start discussing solution and also planning how to, if they come this way, you come this way. If we just say, let them be, we won't get out of this mess.
Who is saying they should be? Oh, not me. Oh, certainly not me. They cannot be. They can't have peace.
We have to, anything we need to do. We have many learned Nigerian home and abroad, men and women, who will be able to sit down to say, okay, this is the solution. What is the way? Let us plan for this solution. This is another solution. We should begin to plan right now in any form. I'm tired of discussing the problem of Nigeria.
Me too.
Let's begin to discuss the solution, either private or public. Let's group ourselves. Let's put taxes on our hand. Let us begin to see, okay, if we are going to take this solution, if you are going to do election in 2027, if you are going in, how did they able to beat us both from the polling unit to this? Okay, what do we need to put in place so that we can begin to put those plans? Not on the year of election, we'll begin to do all this. It's not going to work. It has not worked, and it will not work.
That's true.
After us, when thief won't enter my house, if you do on the first, I go refortify. Yes or no?
Yes.
So that's what we should begin to talk now. That is what we should begin to plan now. Because we can't continue like this. There is this banditry that happened recently. They are talking about in Nika, in Delta State. They took the wife. They took the wife. The woman was pregnant. They took the woman. They took the man. And what did they do? After arrowing the woman, sleeping with her with pregnancy, she was forced to deliver the child. And what did they do with the child? They gave it to their dog to eat.
Hey!
Hi.
Hey! No need to. Hey, God, I beg. Oh, my God. My imagination don't feel. Oh, my goodness. Oh my God.
And when I heard it this morning, yesterday, I was telling myself, we have to begin to discuss solution. We have to. If na revolution we won't go through, what are we putting in place? How are we going to carry it out? If we want to do election, who are those candidates that we can say, okay, if they do the jiggy, they will be able to say, no, let's do this. We need people with heart to dare to take step. Not what happened recently, my year. Because you see, these evil people, they are not ready to leave. They are not. You don't expect Agbado to come in 2027 to say, okay, Nigeria, see, if you find out that I didn't do anything, vote me out with peace. No. No. 6 months, less than how many more? Better Edu, Department of a Ministry of Humanitarian that was supposed to help. The money that went into that, they colobi it. Apart from the one they announced, he was already having 30 billion in different 50 accounts. If he has stayed 1 year, then we'll go. Let us put every plan in place and go after every money they have collected. These children on the street, if we don't do nothing about them, they will become the terror of tomorrow. The one we are crying now, all this one will do more than it.
They'll be worse. They'll be worse. There's no, it's the handwriting is on the wall. They'll be worse. Not be children wey dey born for this time. The group banditry, terrorism, all manner of things happening. There's no way. They will be worse. Certainly.
We just have to begin to talk solution. We should begin to talk solution. You go see say when we start to talk, they go begin the fear. When we dey talk solution, the one go talk for public day, but the one go do coded with groups assigned to different people. We will begin to put things in place. We can't continue like this.
You're right.
If an election we won't go, which way? How can we block everything they use to hold us? How? Those are the things. We must begin to plan for a situation room that will work. As soon as they finish counting, they go send result in. And the person when they there, how are we going to pay these people that will be there on that day of election so that they will not be able to be a sellout, so that we can get the result into different situation room, House of Rep, House of everything. We just have to plan. We can't continue talking without plan. And if na revolution we won't do, how we won't do her? Because until we say enough is enough. Shey na this one when they put these people through, then you go teach them, they're not going to begin to give them another 5,000 or 10,000 tomorrow. And if we don't want that to happen, how are we going foot soldier to go house to house to begin to educate the people ahead of time?
Everything you say, Mama Itra, no, there's no pushback. Everything is true. That's true. It's part of the conversation that we're supposed to be having today.
How can a woman carry pregnancy to almost to born. They sleep with her, so till she come born by force. They were taking turn, and the husband was there watching. Then at the end, the born pikin na carry and give dog make e eat. Then those kind of people, when you catch them tomorrow, they go say make they go rehabilitate them. Then those people now why they deserve. What is the way forward? Let's begin to talk. Let's begin to plan. Not just talk, plan.
You know, we cannot, even if we're going to plan and we're going to talk, so you can't be on social media. You know that.
No, we will do the main discussion like this. Then we will select people. We'll form group.
I don't know. I don't know. It's very Nigerian situation is very, and this is why I can't keep quiet. You see this type of stories, I can't, because I feel like, how can this kind of thing be happening? And we're just folding our hands and it's just happening, keeps happening. That's the one we hear. What are the ones we don't hear about?
Then too, like the at least OT is doing now. If a labor man enter, before he entered, he come wait Naija Wash come talk him own. Make we also tell am wetin we want make him do when he enter. If our people choose am in Edo State, make people in Edo State, make dem go through all the primary school, secondary school, when they use them, make dem take the picture, make we put am for im hand, say this thing must be fixed.
E don already dey social media. All those pictures. You get somebody when they do the series, school series for Twitter.
Then we go look into the road, all of that, we go say, see this thing, when you enter, it is a must. If you don't, we will impeach you. Anyhow we wan do am. We can't continue to keep quiet and allow these people to turn us to non-entity. Wetin? Banditry don enter data now. Every day na so different thing. They wetin? No, just imagine the psychological effect of that man and his wife, of this evil.
That's not the one we hear about.
That's not the one we hear, my dear sister.
Yeah, the ones wey we no hear, uncle. Na the one wey dey carry come out be that. The ones wey we no hear, na plenty pass. That's what bothers me. Like we can't. That's why I can't be quiet. I've been, doing my own thing for the past one. I'm like, I can't be quiet. This is This is dark. How can we just fold our hands and watch this thing continues happening? These people are just stealing us broad day freaking light. Nobody they talk. See, yeah, Bello. For the same Nigeria, they see they find as if na needle inside haystack. Meanwhile, if na small children when they carry computer plait hair, within seconds they don't find them. If na one celebrity complain say one fan dey disturb am, they don't fish am out. Na dem dey look for yaya Bello, they not see am.
No be wetin e get one thing when e be like say Naija Wash na see am. When they were reported that 17 years old, he hacked the EFCC chairman, whether in BVN or abi NIN. I say, hey. So you can imagine children who are intelligent like that.
Of course. They're very smart children. So that's why it is disturbing. You know, say they queue for petrol as far back as 1975. Hey, I see am for I say wow, e don tey when dis country rust, e
E
no
don
be today.
tey, e don tey.
1975 dem dey queue for petrol.
And
Petrol.
today dem still dey queue. When I
40 more
small
than
we do
40 years later dem still dey queue.
um we do up NEPA. The one wey dem born follow the one dem born follow us, dey do up NEPA. When my mama children we start to dey born, the children dey do up NEPA.
Kai!
And as me and you dey talk, the little children dem don dey do up NEPA.
Now. Dey get one video wey dem show when NEPA come like the small children dey say NEPA has brought light o, off NEPA. Oh God, oh my goodness. Yaya Bello na dis pipu dey find dem no see.
And
Meanwhile
to even Yaya Bello, you know wetin dey vex me inside? Now these people when they give how much, you go come dey stand for somebody wey no dey make you dey live better life.
You no see lawyers when e come out come dey
Oh
protest.
my, no, na liar, not be lawyer.
Hey God.
Na liar be all those ones. Suppose learned men. Not one, not two. Una gather una self together. For what?
Okay.
Since when buying crowd to come and support you become a business? Omo yeah.
These people come out as hey God. I say Nigerians, some of these Nigerians now them be the problem. We have our own problem.
Then we
We
have
are
to
our
find
own
a way.
problem.
We have to find a way for us not to be our own problem.
How you want it? All these people when they collect 500 to 200. How you?
That is
there's so
wait.
much work.
That is why we have to start discussing how do we take these people to join us? How do we support them for them to have source of income to join us? Because you no go fit send person when they're hungry message make e answer you. You can't.
But guess what though? There are people, there's still Nigerians, even when you do one for them, they go back, go do it in they want to. What was it? There was a lady who and I'm not saying it's all of them, but these things are happening. They go collect for your hand, go back, go collect from the other person hand.
We are not targeting 100%. Did you understand?
I know, I dey hear you.
We don't need 100% to succeed in any plan that we all collectively choose to follow. Let those who want to become House of Rep begin to indicate. Let us interview them so that we can see who we need to support.
All the ones wey we support, my sister, you know, so all of them
No, wait. All the one when he entered through Labour Party, they were not people you season. Those are people that run from different parties the moment Obi start to dey reign to join Labour Party. Who are those in diaspora that are interested in this change that want to contest? Who are those at home that are interested in this change that want to contest? These are the people we're supposed to be gathering together now. Then when we gather them together, we will begin to assign them to various projects in different things. Let them go and do it and give results. Then by 2027, we would have seasoned people, if that is the route we want to follow. And if it is revolution, how are we going to go about it? We're supposed to begin to plan. For those for those that say we should separate, you see, separation is not going to come as we want it. Except we put people in different in position that will sit down and do something about the separation, if that is the route we want to go through.
Mama, it's true. Separation cannot work.
Exactly.
Nigeria. If we separate, let me tell you, with the way Nigeria is right
It
now,
will not work. I'm
it
just
will
saying
not
it
work.
so
People
that
are
wait.
people, the ones that are lions and elephants amongst the group, they will
Exactly.
stamp on others. No.
Exactly. Me, I am not supporting separation, but let not throw away separation out of the
Mhm.
box.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
Because is it not the same tiger and lions and what did they call them that are gathered now that will still go to the different states, the different country? We need people that will be able to say, okay, this is a constitution that is not working. When we enter, we want to be able to use the first we want 2 years to make sure we put a good constitution. Agreed. Everything we want to do, we must always put time base. After looking at the financial cost, we must this thing must be done plus or minus by so time. It must have time frame in what we are doing, because it's a radical change we want to fight for. We need somebody tomorrow. If after all we've done, they still rig the election, we want somebody that will be able to say, okay, if that happens, this is what we will do, and I will stand by it. Because you see, these people, they are not ready. How can we be having people that will continue to sign? No, Omoye, can you even think? We come to them to borrow money, Abi?
Mm-hmm.
We can't reach Nigeria, we go steal land in the name of projects. And we go carry the money, almost 3/3 of the money, we bring her come their country. If we not do that, we will use it to buy everything they can. When it comes to building, we use the money to buy all the things they produce here to go and design our home in Nigeria. When it comes to car, we bring the money to come and buy their cars. And yet, we have indigenous people producing these things. We don't support it. We have large farmland. In fact, when I listen to all the things, all the contract that has been signed, paid off, and we are not executed according to Governor Oti, the thing that comes to my mind is that what are you going to do about it? And we also need to look for people who will look into all the states where they give contract, they pay them, and they're not executor. We will look for the contractor and collect the money back. Waiting. We can't continue like this. We have to discuss solution.
Absolutely. No, it's part of the conversation. I'm glad you put this one out so anybody who has ears will take it along with it. Because I know that there are also people who are talking about solutions in other social media spaces. You just have to find a way to come together and coordinate it better. Because
Exactly.
the way Nigeria is going, almost I don't know that country. Hey, all a big warrior.
No, it's not the way Nigeria is going on. The way Nigeria has gone.
That's true. No, you're right. You're right.
Because it has already gone. Waiting. And all this, our mentality of big malism.
That's true.
That's what put us in this mess.
Yeah. That's true.
where you want to be the only one they call chairman or dogu.
Mm-hmm. Only you want to be oga. Only you want to be the one that they are rolling out red carpet for. Oga. Yes sir, yes sir. Look at the hungry. Look at the useless people that are queuing behind Yaya Bello protesting for him in a state where workers were not paid. They were owed so much. This man had the audacity to go and pay future school fees for all his children, $720,000, if not more. And you have people that are collecting 500, 500 coming to
And is it only that? Some of them have not been paid salary for years.
That's what I'm saying now. They've not been paid, but you see some of them coming, the same people from the same group coming out to come and protest that EFCC should not touch Yaya. Are you slaves to their tormentors?
Did you even see the judgment the useless judge pronounced? He should not be arrested. He should not be invited for interrogation. Where do you? Hey. Only in Nigeria
In
can we get
Nigeria,
that
it's not
such
as if he's
judgment.
outside though. He's inside that country, and he now chose a man to be governor by himself, hand selected to protect him. Sometimes I dey wish say I fit get superpowers.
And we want to leave it like that, and you now think, in fact, we don't even need to do it. Anyway, they will pretend to do election so that they can siphon more money.
Oh yeah. In the name of election now,
Yes, they will siphon
they
money.
will bring, so they will contest election in the guys to siphon to take that money.
Look
We
at
are ruled by imbeciles.
all the billion they gave to Yakubu. Did he account for it?
For where?
Did he?
For where?
And we want to continue like this. If in 2023, 2022, 23, he used billion, maybe in 2027 it is trillion. No?
Oh yeah. By then it will triple the amount of money they will use. In fact, they will even do worse. Now they will even have money to be able to pay people that will just eliminate people on that day if the election is not going their way, like they normally do. That's what they will do. So this is why I said, are there any strategies? Either we are coming together and say, okay, we have to have a unit that are just as mad as these people, that will go toe to toe with them in every polling unit. We can't do, we cannot. Every polling unit will have people that match their energy. We will have people that, because almost this country, we got either way, however way we have to take it back, we must take it back. These people don't mean well. See US and France lobbying to have base in Nigeria because they don't promote am from, they don't drive them from Mali and the rest. They want to. Hey! On
And
top
if
of
we
the
and if
problems
we
we have.
try if we try I am you see, if you ask me, I am looking for somebody like Burkina Faso current president.
I'm telling you.
I am looking for that in our oh God.
I'm telling you.
Because you see this
radical, that kind of person, that's what we need in Nigeria.
That is the person I'm looking for.
I never see you. If you see, let me know.
I am looking for that because we need cleansing.
Yes, we need desperately too.
Because you see, democracy has not worked for us. So we need cleansing from the military.
Military when Boko Haram don't take over.
Come and clean it. When you don't
repentant Boko Haram people.
And when you are cleaning, I beg, make you join mind with person like that guy in Burkina Faso. You see, You see, one person can change a lot of things. You see the guy from Burkina Faso, he lay an example down. Then when Mali came, they decided to follow his footsteps.
Yes.
When Niger came, they also decided to follow his footsteps. Now look at the Senegal civilian now. He's also joining forces with them. So maybe if you see one Nigeria, he could also join them to emulate them to clean their country. Because the stealing of this our politician and some elite, enough is enough. How can they give you contract? You go collect money, you not go do anything. And those people will go to mosque or go to church or go and go do Thanksgiving. Abi? Enough. Enough. When people they talk say strategy, what strategy these people when enter power get? Is it the rigging?
No, not the rigging be the strategy now. That's what they have.
Is it the rigging?
Yeah, that was the strategy. Rigging, killing anybody that stands in the way of them getting what they want. Maiming. That's the strategy. That's the strategy.
And
Nothing
person
else.
like Rain or Mockery, you there abroad here, you they talk rubbish.
Exactly. That one, person when he come out which day, he say he won't give away in old designer. Make people queue up under a comment section. He go decide, choose how many people go come collect. Now I say God abeg. If people get sense, may they not take anything from that man. Wear anything wey that man wear. Make their head no dodoyo. Make their life no lose direction. Hey God.
Abeg. Shebi in the Western world.
Yes, now.
How many people when get close for Western world when they won't give away the as in US citizen or UK to call line up for comment section to collect them? So you see this big man is the one that they tell you. Only in Nigeria.
Only in Nigeria. That's the only place you can function. Any other place, you know, they go. You know, since when they come up for Nigeria, they see all the northern leaders when they go America, go do meeting. They carry money, our taxpayers' money. Go America. Nigeria not let them take sit down do the meeting. They go. They were trying to meet wetin they call this woman, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. The woman no gree show up. The woman no come. The woman disregard them, all of them. They come to America, come up for their own country, come America, come do meeting about wetin go abomination. People when they go carry, line them up, give them something. God.
If they not come, wait, here. If they not come America, come do meeting, how they go take loot money now?
Yay.
You know how much they spend for that journey? They just have to create something for them to have a venue to collect money.
It's true, Kenny. We don't have any leader that was radical like Thomas Sankara. We don't. That's the truth. But you know, we can have one now.
We can have.
We can have one now. We didn't have no one to look up to. Just like Peter Obi. Who did Peter Obi look up to? Who he look up to? Who be the mentor? The man just showed up and look at what he did. He's made a lasting impact, whether you like it or not. So there's always a first. There's always a first. We can have a Thomas Sankara in Nigeria. I'm telling you, we can. The person just needs to wake up and be bold and receive the boldness to be that.
There are many among us.
Because the way Nigeria is, it intimidates people. Yes, to intimidate people that even have an idea. So God fear, those ones will shrink back.
Exactly. And we should be ready to stand behind the person.
That is it. That's another thing, because Nigerians very typical of Nigerians. When somebody like that shows up, you see people criticizing. Waiting all this to criticize, they go criticize the person. No, that's the problem.
Sakare would not have been if the people were not standing by him.
Exactly. Even though na person still betray and sha.
And the people were not even looking at because instead of looking at the strength of the person, we will always look at the weak point, and I will go draw in. He do
We
this.
go focus on that one. We go talk and drag am on top of that small minor weakness when he gets. More in Nigeria, but person
can't continue
quiet.
like
But
this.
Nigeria not be country, not be something wey you fit keep quiet about. You have to talk. You have to talk, because you're going to be just as guilty if you're quiet. That's just the truth. Because this level of evil cannot be going on and nobody says anything. Because you think, oh, it's not far, it's far from me, it's far. You don't know. Anything can happen tomorrow.
The truth is this. You see this last election. If I tell you that these people were not afraid of us, I lie.
They were afraid. Oh yeah, they were.
They were
Otherwise,
afraid.
that's why they woke up middle of the morning now too, because they saw where it was going. That's why they had to plan and say, no, we're going to, in the middle of the night, 3 a.m., declare. That is, I'm telling you, they were afraid. That was the fact. We knew that one.
We walk. We refuse to plan for, if they do this, what are we going to do?
Yes.
We didn't plan for that. We didn't discuss it. But one thing that I'm glad of is one thing that I'm happy at the end of the day is that we all know that if we don't fight for it from the poll, judiciary has no answer for us.
Yep. It will never have.
We've known it now.
Yeah. We should remove our mind from judiciary.
So we have to
remove
cancel
our mind from INEC.
judiciary.
Yes.
Because all the leader that judiciary has given to us have achieved nothing for us.
Yeah.
So what is the essence of going to the poll if it is the judiciary that will have the final say?
Exactly.
So,
but this time around, the man don't get opportunity to prep more now. He will have opportunity to prep even more, right? Because he has bought everything. INEC, now they don't even need to read again. They don't need people. They just use machine do the counts, fake counts, declare fake winner. Hey, we literally supposed to dismantle the entire thing.
That is why we have to put all the possibility on the table. Everything. In fact, our brain need to work faster. Okay, what are the possible things they will do? We have to predict them. Did you understand? We have to
we know what they will do. The question is there boldness to stand? Are there people with that level of that? We know. Me, I knew when they were counting and what's his name stood up. And I say, you people suppose dive the INEC chairman, collect that paper, start to dey chew am for in front. Tell am say you lie, lock everywhere, lock it down. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out. That is where they should have taken the election. We knew. We were telling people, don't go there with ordinary hand. Be ready to resist. Bumper to. We knew these things.
But the only person that resisted was from PDP.
Exactly.
So we didn't have the right people on ground.
That's the question. That's it right there. So the right people have to be on ground.
We don't have the right
people like that can match their energy.
Yes.
And corner them and talk to them and say, see, this and this and this. I'm telling you, this is what we need, because there's no way we can take that country back except we do. That's just if there's going to be election in 2027. I keep saying it. I don't believe in an election in 2027, but for the sake of argument, we're putting everything on the table. Okay, let's have that argument. If we're going to have election in 2027, we have to have people who are just as mad at every freaking polling unit. We cannot have weak people. You should not be able to just go and take out a party chairperson or a party leader in a place without consequences. You take anybody out, 50 of your own go. It has to be that way, because if we don't see Nigeria already, the young people that are growing under it, whether we like it or not, their heart is hardening, because right now people feel hopeless. Even their parents cannot save them. So if there's going to be an election, people need to be ready. If you are going to participate in that election, you cannot be doing week. You have to be ready, fully ready. If anybody comes at you, you come at them. Simple. How be this one we dey do? Then when we finish, we go settle. We say we are sorry. Do speech. We are sorry about the election that happened. I'm telling you. Otherwise, there's no way we can get out of this, because we have entities running Nigeria
We
at
need.
every angle. Look at Wike in Abuja.
Oh
Look at
God.
them.
Hey.
Huh? Are
Hey.
those kind people now you want? Why do you think it's by accident that they put Wike in Abuja? It's not by accident.
They need it to rig Abuja now.
Oh.
No.
So there has to be attention on Abuja, how to go about breaking his back in Abuja. It has to happen.
We need people that will be able to say, you know what, if they do this, we will do this. And we have to back them up. Let's leave this one. Let's leave everything. In 4 years' time, you know how many people go become it that these 4 years before election? You know how many people when go enter adulthood at the age of 18?
Yeah, they're plenty now.
Good. So that means the number is increasing. The number of young people that are hopeless is increasing.
Yes. You gotta do something, because parents are hopeless, mother hopeless, father hopeless. Everybody just look like nobody knows what they want to. Everybody fold hand, they look everybody out. We can't continue like this. We can't. You can't. You literally have young people growing up in this mess. They are growing up in this mess. Their future does not look bright because of greedy people. Evil has taken over. At that election, if people did what they were supposed to do, that place, they're supposed to flood that place, that counting day. You go flood that place. Nobody is coming out, nobody is going in. We would have had casualties, not for sure. But if we not reach the casualties that we are seeing every day, we are not at war, but the people are buying as if they are at war. It's crazy to me. How can the children that people are just they are giving birth to every day? They don't know that they are monsters in the making, because what is the example that they are seeing? Terrorism, banditry. You have corrupt officials stealing in trillions, and these children are hearing these things.
You know, sometimes I try to look at what is happening, and I ask some question. Person when you born and the person when you not born, how do we look at them as society? Then you now look at those when he born, when the children become banditry. The day when they born, they celebrate them. Oh.
Yes, now.
And what has the children become today? Pain. Some of the women will look at his, he said to say, I'm not born for better pass this one.
You not see video of, I don't know if you saw a video of women, plenty women, and all of them get belly. Everybody was now saying, Nigerian men are doing amazing. Look at all these women, they're all pregnant. Wow. Everybody. In my head, I was just in Nigeria. And you all they shake my head and say, we
Really?
celebrate the dumbest things. These children that they are born in, what
What
where
will
are
they
the structures
become?
in place for them? What school? Will they be able to afford decent schools? Even the decent schools, so-called decent schools in Nigeria, now colonialism that they teach them. They go brainwash them to turn against you. All the people that go school for Harvard or they go school for Oxford, with all the number of graduates we get, Nigeria is supposed to don't become like when they talk America, they talk London, they first talk Nigeria. With all the education people don't go for Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, and all the big banta school. No, what do? They will go to those schools, come back to their people, turn their people to slaves, and rob them blind. Is that education?
Because we grew up with a mentality of big manism.
Exactly.
Boss,
My pikin
chairman.
go school.
Their papa, our papa serve their papa. We will they serve them. Our children won't serve their children.
Me, God forbid though, my own children not go serve me, I not
God
serve o.
forbid.
God forbid. God swear. I not serve o. Thank God, abeg. We can't continue like this. It's abnormal. You know, children, yeah, it's a beautiful thing to have children, but where are the structures? Even the hospital, when they born the women, how many of them they survive when they go born?
That is the question.
How many of them? No equipment, no care for the pregnant women. You see people women lying on hard stool, hard wood to born, to birth life. You are just one mistake away in Nigeria. Person just dey one mistake away from dying. You get accident, they go dey rush you from one hospital to the other, one hospital to the other. This one go say I no get oxygen, this one go say I no get this one, this one go say I no get. Na before they rush you, the person go
The
die.
person don
Oh,
kpai.
see the man wey get seizures inside bus. In the time wey dem take dey do all those this thing, because they didn't know what to do, nobody could do CPR.
They didn't know what
Nobody
to
know
do.
exactly what was happening to the man. This man struggled for 3 freaking hours.
Inside
Over
car.
3 hours. Con die. Do you know how painful that is? And then you people are celebrating, oh, like, save me. I don't want to hear it until we know what we're doing. If we were not, for people that are, because personally, I don't believe in an election in 2027. That's just my opinion. You don't have to take it, right? But if you are really preparing and say, okay, yes, you want to go for election, you better be ready to match these people craze for craze in every polling unit. We should not be hearing stories of, oh, one leader of one party was just pied like that. No repercussion. No. If that happens, they should match that energy and take the entire family from the person. It's simple. We need people like that with that mindset. We need bold people that have the mind, that desire this change with everything they have. After the election, you're hearing people that are unaliving themselves. In my mind, I'm like, isn't this, instead of that, how many people don't buy since this election now? E don't pass 1 million. I'm sure e don't pass 1 million. They're talking at 600. Na lie. E
Na
don't
lie.
pass 1 million.
Na lie.
And we are not in a war. People they do everybody they do, and e no concern me, e no near me, e no concern me, e no near me. I know people who used to live in Abuja. The estate they used to live in, but they had moved, they had relocated. All these Boko Haram people went there, took people from there. The same estate they lived in.
Can you imagine?
In Gwarimpa, when they were sharing the story, I say, he say, hey God, eh? You're just one mistake away. Very soon they will get to Asokoro. It's small by small. You see the stupid thing about these so-called useless people that have money in Nigeria. They think they are untouchable. Now small by small. My own is that all these Boko Haram people, why they not they target these people at the top? Because they will get more money. Target them so that they will give you trillions too. It's simple.
Because they have it in their house.
Yes.
They don't need to go to the bank. All this scarcity of money, scarcity of this, is some people have withdrew it, open one of their room and load it there.
It's crazy to me. Yeah, it's crazy. We really need to know what we're doing. No, people that are prepping for 2027 election. No, that they prep well. No, can't do weakness. Can't be weak when you are doing election. You now say, "Oh, this one." No, be ready. Start doing the grassroots now. Start looking for those people that have that boldness because they are there. They are there.
They are. They are.
Go and solicit with them. Talk to them. In every local unit, polling unit, all of, talk to them, talk to the people, sensitize them. This is the time to do it, not when the election is near. You now be doing fire brigade method. You know they work because these people are not ready to leave. 2027, I don't even know whether Nigeria will still be existing the way they are stealing it. Ha! Na carcass na go remain.
Na carcass na we go deal with now.
I don't put mine. Left to me. Me everywhere shut down. Make the revolution start.
You will see what will happen now. After this May now, in the next few months, they go begin to ask for supplementary budget.
Exactly.
And yet the one when they do so, you never see what they take and do.
Oh yeah.
They go come sign another supplement. You go say now they go do supplementary budget before this year end.
Oh yes. It's their way now. Not their way.
What a country.
Because Nigerians don't do anything. We too like English. When they speak English, as if now we go school pass. We don't do anything. They'll come out, they'll tell you, say, they'll come and say, the structure of the now we go school pass, the Oxford they there, Cambridge they there, Harvard they there. None what did they do for their people. No good thing has come out of every graduate that has left those big institutions. So the question is, what are they teaching them? What's the point of going to school? You are brainwashed to think like your oppressors. So you come back and oppress your own people with it. Is that education?
I pity Kogi people. Because the one when this one when Yaya Bello put so. You know, Ododo. What Ododo will do to them, it is continuation of Yaya Bello.
Oh yeah. That man has locked that state. It will literally take somebody with the same fire spirit,
like Natasha,
that would deal and break every back of it. I'm telling you.
Didn't you see how Natasha fought?
Yeah, I'm surprised that woman survived.
She fought. She fought.
They were after her life now at one time.
And I like her courage.
She has courage. I have to give it to her. Fighting somebody like that, Yaya Bello. I have to doff my hat to her. She tried. No.
Very courageous woman. She's of the belief that say, okay, if all of us wrong, who will not change situation? How can you collect contract? You won't do anything, and they will pay 100% or more.
Yeah. You don't see video of Yaya Bello where he can't calculate how much for when he sit down somewhere. He can't calculate. They can't say they calculate all the money when one thief. I think when he just became governor, he was using his hand to be doing. He was thinking that he will now do hand like this, like let's say they say I will move this money here, I will move that money there. He was circulating.
But the thing is this one more here. Do you know how much these people collect for only security vote every month? And they don't, and you can't see what they use it to do.
They get local government chairman. They don't get. They shut it all down because they don't want anything that's going to interfere. And then they start living lifestyles, large lifestyles. Tomorrow you're here saying a billionaire. I say every billionaire for Nigeria, apart from the likes of Peter Obi, they are thieves.
Yeah,
they all stole to get there. And they accepted stolen money from people who stole. That's not a billionaire. That's not a billionaire. All of them. All with no
all of them when get when they get oil where
all of them. God. The women know, the men know, apart from the ones when they work hard, when you go know. Because person when work hard for money, he gets to say they do money.
Exactly.
Their affair. As I did now, as hardworking as I am, if you take 1 kobo of my money, I know as they pay me. You thief 1 kobo of my money.
I not be me give you.
I not be me give you thief farm. Oh my God. You understand? They pay different. So imagine you cannot have worked hard and just come and steal the people. It's not possible. You'll get conscience. You see how that's how you know. And the so-called elites then, for Nigerian elites, because I don't believe they are the same. They are all criminals, right? All of them, you see no impact whatsoever. None. Contracts that they sign, they have to gain something from it. They don't give back to the people nothing. Not be one guy from Obodo Yibo come dey build wells all over Africa. Wetin your billionaires dey do? Wetin Nigerian billionaires dey do? They know Nigeria has a water problem. Most communities don't have light. What have they done? The solar energy. No, I never see one of them when they say, you know what, I'm giving this community solar energy and water. None. They will build one useless well when go dry up the next day.
And the thing is that they can afford it. You are gathering this money, you are taking them nowhere.
And then they'll go, they use until they live lavish lifestyle, give their children lavish, the children, they know they get sense in the end. Because they don't get sense, the money when their parents live, they last past 1 generation. Somehow, cockroach will come, crawl, chop all the money. It's true. That's how it works. I mean, do you know anybody, any family in Nigeria that has generational wealth? Please name one. Apart from the hardworking ones, so that we know, grassroots wise, which one you don't see on a national level when get generational wealth? When they say, in papa, now he start this palm oil business, contract, you can't turn to conglomerate. Please mention one. I dey wait. E no dey. All the money wey dem dey gather na their generation e dey end. E no dey pass. The fact say their children go school, they've been used to a lifestyle and they have, because of their parents, they have influence, they know people. That's all that keeps them going, nothing else. No impact in society. They don't have any impact, no vision, no transformational spirit, nothing. All they do is just collect money, massive amount, buy houses in very expensive places. That's all they give a damn about. They don't care about the people back home. They don't care about their people. They just care about themselves. Why be say most of them, their children know they get vision? Why be say most of them their children know they ever do better thing?
Because
they ask myself those questions. They know they know to do better thing. Nothing.
Because
even if they do charitable work, they want everybody to know they are the ones that did it. That one no be. That's not doing good.
Because their papa don't loot money, their mama don't loot money when they go they eat. Now it's when this Yaya Bello incident happened that I know that you can pay your school fees up front.
I'm telling you. Hey God. People money.
That you can steal your state money to pay your children's school fees up front. Now,
And your heart no, you know shake. You that means by doing that you deprive so many children, so many
I even
of
learned
their
that
opportunity.
even some of them that are going to university in this, their children are going to university in this Western world, they pay their school fees up front. Then they
Yes.
now stay in hotel where they pay $100 a day
Exactly.
for that number of years they will stay in school. I say, what?
I'm
No
telling you.
wonder. No wonder that give them admission.
Of course, because na
Because
money that they bring come for them now. That mean
Mhm.
they no dey hesitate. You know, say these people like money. They will collect your money now. Wetin concern them?
no be you
That
bring
money
am.
they go into their bank. Wetin concern them? That's what they do. These
You are
people.
the one that brought the money now.
Yes, now.
I just say, hey, when their children they use student loan, they go school. Our own they thief and they bring come pay up front.
Yes, so
It's so sad.
it is. It is, and that's why we cannot. This effort not be one person own, not be two people own. Na everybody need to gather. They think, they brainstorm. What do we do? How do we go about this? I'm telling you, it's not because if we keep quiet, see US, they don't they lobby aggressively, underline, bold, highlighted, aggressively, make them for put base for Nigeria on top of the problem when we get. Abeg go US and France, more una carry una base comot. We no want. We have enough problems wey una no care about anyway. Abeg.
You know, see Burkina Faso when drive them come out.
One
Mali
time.
drive them.
Of course.
Niger drive them. And Senegal now won't drive them. I wish we have some courageous young men and women in army.
They don comot dem. They don give dem the ranks. They don't have the ranks. They subdue them and then put Boko Haram on top. That's what they do. You see that they clean out the army. They don't replace them with repentant Boko Haram. Now those ones want to go take over. God forbid.
I still believe there are some young, courageous ones.
Well, I hope that they are listening to you, and I hope they the courage is
Because the truth is that are they not the one they sent to the slaughterhouse? They would send them to go and fight, and then they will link their coming out so that they go target them. I know there are courageous people. Mona come out to.
Abi, make they go hear your voice, and hopefully they will come out come talk because
Mona come out. We are
they
not
need the
cowards.
courage. I dey speak courage to those who are lacking the courage in this Nigerian situation, that they will come out boldly
come
and
out.
do the needful. That's all, because it's not these people are not giving up anytime soon. They are ready to steal everything. No foreign investor is willing to come. The money that they borrow, they use it to fund their contracts with their best friends. Not be shout green, not be I talk say get the contract to do Lagos Calabar highway. Now their best friend though.
Look at what Airpeace did. Is he the first person to know that they be stealing from us? But he took that boldness to say, you know what? I will enter into the system and I will expose them.
Exactly.
So we see, that is a courageous move.
Exactly. That's actually radical. That's a courageous move. Because guess what? When he did that, when he broke into the system, they started crashing their prices to try and run him out of business. But thank God for the for Nigerians that know better, saying no matter how much he's charging, we're going to pay. We're going to go with Airpeace. That's how it ought to be, and this is what we need in every area, every sector in Nigeria. Boldness, bold people that will come out and take it upon themselves and make sure that they destroy this hegemony. Because this hegemony, it will not start today, Mama Echu. 1975, they were queuing for fuel, make people they queue for fuel in 1975. We
And we
don't
are
see
see
anything
and we are 2024. We started it. We started queuing for fuel in 2024. Upon
we don't dey queue for fuel for years.
You see, we allowed it, and the thing begin to grow wings.
Yeah, we did. Absolutely agree with you on that. We did. We allowed it.
If we did stop it in our time, it will grow plenty wings.
It will destroy everything.
Has it not destroyed already?
Yeah, it will continue to destroy. It will even level everything. Maybe Nigeria will cease to exist.
You see, I'm not in the school of blaming the younger generation.
At all.
Because they say, train up a child in the way he should go. And when he grows up, he will not depart from it. Did we train them? Is it not what we trained them? That's what they are practicing, we are saying.
Exactly. Now, it's that they learn. Now, that's what they are saying.
Where did they learn it from?
It's what they are saying.
Then we should also, we part of the plan or strategy, any person will not come for political debate, we should ignore such.
Exactly.
They don't come to talk to us, we don't ask the question. So, now that they are in power, did they talk to us?
Oh, yeah.
Kai.
They don't. That's the truth. They don't. That's the problem. That's why it's this. You know what? I have to give credit to this generation, because this generation, some of them are bold, but in
Yes.
Nigeria they suppress them to the point where not be them. I mean, not be them come out for answers when they keep when they unalive so many of them. To today we don't know how many, right? So they're not trying on their own. We just need someone or people, a group of people that will break the back of this hegemony. People that they need to take them out completely. No mercy for nobody that has hands in the decadence of Nigeria. Honestly, that doesn't mean that you're going to rid the entire country of evil. No, it's not possible. But you put fear in them. You now put structures in place. Anybody found, even if not 10 kobo, now you thief for public funds one time, China way, no begging,
It
no
is
mercy.
simple, Omoye. The person when receive and the person when he take, they take the same punishment.
Exactly.
Don't spend one. You give, you take, you go the same road. Because we just have to stop all this.
We do, we really do. We really, really do, because it's not even looking good at all. And this is why I have a problem with Western education. I have a problem with it. This is why I am saying we need to, even our own educational system, we need to revamp it.
We need to craft
Completely.
it.
We need to revamp. I'm not saying don't take some of it, because you got to take the good, right, from the Western culture and infuse it into your own.
Take the good
Right?
one.
The good ones. History has to be taught. All African history, as long as you are black, you have black skin. Or you go learn all the history for when you be small pikin.
Know
You
where
go
you are
know who
coming
you
from.
be, know where you are coming from. Even if you're going to get an education in the Western world, know who you be. Right? All this one, we need to have like top universities in Nigeria, where you don't need to go outside. You go learn the education, you go learn now for inside your house, for your country. That's what we need, because all this one of you are sending people, they want to take loan, go to all the school, but no impact. With all the school, with all the people that go the Oxford, the Harvard, and they even come dey show us pepper pass, because their fathers have stolen money, use it to train them in these schools, They will now come back and now want to be imposing it on you and making you feel like you are less. Meanwhile, they are not. Most some of them don't know book. Some of them, their parents bribe their way for them all through school so that they can get a certificate.
Because they are preparing their children to see that to see the political offices as their inheritance.
Of course, they've already started engaging their children now. What do they call her? Ariwola. Ariwola don't hire his daughter, his son, his daughter-in-law, his relatives. Now the judiciary is now Ariwola Judiciary Sons and Daughters Limited.
Now then they go clean.
Now there now, they don't claim their own. Meanwhile, politics, shebi this guy for Warri, wetin dey call this guy? Im pikin na no be rep she be. When she come dey beg obedience make dem vote for im papa that time as vice president when e run with Atiku. Okowa. All of them, they don dey put their children now.
That even reminds me, where is Okowa sef?
I don't know, since nothing happen, Okowa don enter house. Make e enter house with that im teeth. Make dem go, e may do something about that im teeth.
Okowa don enter house with her money. Imagine Okowa go borrow how much million during election. Hey God. Is it $150 million? Something like that.
Meanwhile, im state dey dilapidated. Prison, water, rain fall, all the prisoners escape. No better hospital, no light for the hospital. We just have demonic leaders, demonic. All of them, they cult together. They tell them, say, when you join the cult, you suspend your brain. No functional brain. You go donate that one. Anything where they want you do, now you go do. Now we they do ourselves. Africans are the problems. They are the problem of Africans. Nigerians are the problem of Nigerians. I'm sorry. Now we they do ourselves because even during the election, there's nothing wrong with you collecting the money and doing what you're supposed to do. How much 500? How much be $500? You never come with that.
They take some people sweat juju. They take some people sweat juju. Then you not expect them to give you good governance, eh? Oh my God. Guys, Nigeria, we hate you.
That country is so. This election really opened my eye to the different ethnicities for Nigeria, right? And the way they view each other. My goodness. This is when I said, lie, we can never do. And before I was very strong on let's go our separate ways, let's go our after this election, thank God for this election. Lie, we will rubble it together. I'm telling you, the moment you do region, oh my God, some people will call a show like God. They call a show like saying that they go even do past wetin federal government they do. When I observe them, I say no, forget this. Everybody, we must make that country work. You go nowhere. Now inside here we get together. I'm telling you.
To tell you that even this let's go our own straight a different way. Some people are just agitating it because of the money they make from it.
Selfishness.
Yes.
For power, for their own power tussle. So that they know that if it happens, that they will get when I realize this.
Look at the Yoruba nation they declare. Where has it gone to now?
Yoruba nation, they don't go destroy the house when they declare themselves.
What of Biafra in diaspora when they declare?
And they say they get prime minister now. Prime minister in diaspora.
And the people that are suffering are in Nigeria. So who are you deceiving?
Who are you deceiving?
And
I'm telling you.
And some people are just donating their money that is not accounted for.
And said they are.
To Samuel Ekpa.
Yes.
They are just donating their money there.
They don't care. And most of the followers, Once you mention Samaripa, you see them
Hey!
insulting you. They'll just like APC people. They start to insult like Agbero. I'm like, what the heck? How do you get people to join you? Is this the attitude you want to use? I never see Yoruba nation the same thing. No, Yoruba indigeneity. Yoruba, this no English when I never hear. I say, wow, ooh, okay now.
And some people are donating to it. So you ask one question.
Yes.
You are donating. There's no accountability to that money, and they are leading you every day, giving you reading for you to dance. So what is the difference between what they are doing and the one we are having in Nigeria?
Thank you. No difference. None. No difference at all. They've not improved on the lives of their people. They've not made sure that the structures or the resources that the people need is there. I remember this Black Panther Party in America when it started. It was started by a 21-year-old kid. They called him chairman. That they called this guy was wise beyond his years.
You see?
Why did the Black Panther Party emerge? He wanted to fight for his community, to protect his community. And guess what? It wasn't just his community. Other communities started seeing what he was doing. The Chinese started seeing what he was doing. The Hispanics started seeing what he was doing. They joined him. Even some of the palm color people joined him. Do you see this after school, this lunch when they give for schools all over America? Now the man hand, chairman, now they tell Lena.
You see?
So in the Black community that time, during school, they used to feed the children. They'll go feed them. They'll go bring food, feed them. Because some of them came from homes where maybe they didn't have whatever.
They didn't
feed them. Because the man said when you feed a child, then the person will be able to learn. The
Which is
man
the truth.
such brilliant ideas. This man was able to achieve all those things in his freaking 21 years on this earth.
Okay.
Till tomorrow, they never stop to talk about that man, chairman.
Okay.
Right? Now, put that aside. You say you are fighting for your people. Where are the resources? What are you doing to improve the lives of your people? Instead, you don't come out on Monday's day. You flog old people, you punish your own people.
Don't come out on Monday and you don't put something in their doorstep to cook for the day.
Put money in their hand when you know how Nigeria is, so that they will have something to hold.
And you are collecting money from your people over here, monthly donation, daily
donation,
weekly donation.
They are paying for your lifestyle of becoming a minister, and the man likes to dress up. He probably has promoted himself to designers now and bought a new car with your money. People are gullible. I'm sorry. When I observed it, I was like, hell to the no. Nigeria is not divided. Yeah. I say quickly, I change. I say, like, this country will all be inside here together. Even look at those state election that's coming up. They do zoning, right? When it's time for one zone to come, so that the power can be rotated equally, right? Now is the turn of Essence Central. Okay, even if you say, okay, because you're coming from a new party, you want to be able to give, you know what you want to do and all of that, you will find a way to appeal to the conscience of those central people, right?
Exactly.
And making them understand. No, instead, your people are talking down on Esan people, calling them, who are they, 15%? Their 15% vote will not do anything. They can get around it.
And the thing is that even your VP was supposed to come from there, if that is the case.
Thank you. You did not do that. Instead, you rub insult and injury when they asked you the question. What about this issue of Esa Central? You completely washed over it like it was irrelevant. You know that there has been zoning. You can answer the question in such a way that you acknowledge that, yes, the old people used to do zoning. But for you, because there's a way you can answer questions and make people feel seen and heard. He didn't do that. Increasing the anger and the sadness in the hearts of these people. Then on top of that, your people go around telling them, saying that, oh, Edo Central, they're only 15%. How many are they? We can get around it. You forget that there are Esa people in the same Benin. There are many Esa people there.
That
Your
are
Obas
in
go to
Benin.
marry an Esa woman to legitimize. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, that aside. On top of that, right? You now go, when they ask you the question, you're not answering it properly. Then you now go, you say you want to, you can get around this Eastern Central issue. You go and pick a VP from Eastern North, a Muslim. You said that a lot of people have been disenfranchised, have not been given the opportunity. Muslims have never, we don't have issue about religion in Edo State. That's one thing that doesn't, it's either you're a Christian, most people in Edo State, they're either Christians or traditionalists. The people who are Muslims are mostly from Edo North, right? You go and bring somebody from Edo North, you make the person VP. And then you, on top of it, you are dumping on the Eastern Central people. Please, how do you want them to feel? How do you want them to support you?
Then you not transfer that now to the main Nigeria.
Thank you very much. So you see where I'm going with this.
You not transfer it to the main Nigeria. You now begin to see the evil.
The evil. So
evil.
how different are you? You say you're emerging from a new party. You don't even have the empathy. You don't have the empathy. You show arrogance and disdain. And your supporters also are showing the disdain. And you want people to accept you. It's not possible. You've just insulted me and said, oh, I don't matter. I will show you that I don't matter. Right? So, I mean, when you look at it, I took a look at everything. I was like, there's no way Nigeria will divide. I will never support division. Nigerians, oh my God, if they say everybody go to their region, you go see elephants. People, when they look themselves like elephants and tigers and lions, you'll see that they come. Want to they ride roughshod over the rest when they claim minority. It go be endless bickering and fighting in the regions. I'm telling you, forget to I know they support division.
That's why when I talk at times and I say we need to Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, they are our problem in Nigeria.
They are.
Because every discussion we have
is always around them. Always around them.
As if the rest people does not matter.
Exist.
Eh? They are the only one that will cry, they are marginalizing them. They are the only one that will, what is it? Are there no other people? And yet they are still the same group of people who want to leave Nigeria. What kind of mentality? How did we get here?
I'm telling you. You see, that's one of the major reasons why I supported, for me, Peter Obi will always remain the yardstick. That man will always tell you, there is nobody that is not suffering in that country. You see, when he came on one of the spaces, they asked him about this zoning issue. You know what he said? He said, left to him, he will zone the entire country so that everybody will get an opportunity to rule. That is how it should be.
Which is true.
Which is true, because you can get somebody from Ogoni, the Ogoni people, and the president can emerge from there at some point. You can get someone from Calabar, a president can emerge from there at some point. But no, it's either Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, they can't even add Fulani. Fulani that is not indigenous to us, so we don't know where Fulani from come. They don't add them as part of the three. The same people are agitating to go their separate ways. There's Yoruba agitation, there is Igbo agitation, even the Fulani Hausa, sometimes they go threaten them, sometimes say let the country just divide. You see the problem? Selfish.
They don't consider other and yet they are still the same people fighting.
I'm telling you. So I now come and wonder, okay, if you are fighting at this level, we they're not even they mention our name. What will they do? Because we will not even get any infrastructure for our side. Nothing they happen. The place be like sinkhole. The people when they rule us, they go focus on one small section of the country of their side, do their own.
What of all that are from Delta, Niger Delta, that the oil is coming from, and there's nothing to show for it. School is zero. When he reach employment is zero.
Zero.
Everything is zero. We now turn our children to stay in the creek.
I'm telling you.
We not give them, the only thing they can do is to do bunkering. Or become pirates. They can't drink the water, they can't do nothing. No, we have to change our orientation. No.
I'm telling you,
We
change your orientation and include there are groups that are indigenous to Nigeria. Indigenous. Before this whole big divide came, there are groups that were indigenous to Nigeria. Those ones have to be recognized. If you never mention all the indigenous, you never start. Sorry. It's crazy to me. After observing and paying attention and listening to certain groups, I'm like, oh, hell no. I used to say, oh, let's just divide all more. I know did that group again. I know did that camp. I don't decamp. We go nowhere. We divide nowhere. We dey inside the poto together. We go dey ruffle am. Because everybody, you find out that everybody is just trying to fight for their own so that they can have control, power, prowess. Oh, I'm in charge. Everybody want to be, the most selfish way of thinking. Look at even those states here, those state election here is already playing out. I'm like, small,
One state,
God abeg o.
One state, and at the same thing all over.
All over.
The same thing all over. All over. If you come to Delta State, the same thing.
Uh-huh.
The same
Even
thing.
Calabar, the same thing. Calabar people are complaining. The same thing. There are communities within Calabar that have not seen light in God knows how long. The blessed civilization not reach here.
Now only light. What of water?
Oh.
What of water?
Everywhere, people are disenfranchised. You give them small power. You go see, if you go to all those disenfranchised communities. Okay, somebody was sharing a video. I saw a video somewhere. I think it was on Twitter. I saw it, right? Do you understand? The person showed a video of a school, whether in a tech school or so, somewhere in Benin. And I asked the question, I said, is this school all over Edo State? The person now said, you know what? Yeah, that's something that can be worked on and all of that. I'm like, you see the problem? You have this school in only one, as if it's only one place that makes up Edo State. Every other place is dilapidated. But that small local government area, I'm like, you guys are jokers. There's no way that country can divide. Because you try it, everybody, people who feel like they are the ones in charge, they will not be, all the elephants and the tigers, they will not crawl out of their forests, and the leopards and the lions, they'll say, yeah, I'm the one, I can back more, yeah, now me sharp pass, now me get power pass. They will stomp on the smaller ones, the ones they claim, because I don't believe that there's any small ethnic group in Nigeria. They will claim that they are the bigger ones. They will run over.
But the question is, how did you know you are even more? Did you
exactly?
Can we really
count yourself?
Thank you. Exactly. Do we have a correct census?
For where now cheat, they always use that census cheating. They will just add numbers to make it look like they are the ones that are more. Now lie, loriro, say lie.
This last election, did you see what came out from the north and everywhere?
Oh yeah.
Just to tell you that they were talking about how many 12,000 of Buhari. Where are the 12,000 from the north?
Meanwhile, people were jumping across the borders to come and vote, and they were adding to their number. I mean, it's a joke in Nigeria, complete joke. Yeah, welcome. Oh, hello, greetings to you. Happy Saturday.
Happy good evening. Yeah, good evening. Happy Saturday.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good morning. All of it together.
Yeah, I think it's evening though.
No,
it's evening now.
In your end, we are going to noon here.
Is it in the morning in your side in America there?
Yeah. This is 11 11:37 over here, so few minutes to afternoon here.
Okay, yeah, I think it's in the evening, yeah.
And it depends on the
Okay.
states. Some states are already in afternoon.
Mm. Yeah, I've been watching the program. You are doing very well. I think it's somewhere, isn't it? You've been speaking for a while now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Um,
Welcome. I'm glad you've been listening in.
I do. I do watch what is going on. As a Nigerian, of course, you'll be concerned, isn't it? So I'll be watching everything, because even whether you live in that country, you don't live in that country,
You are
indirectly you'll be
still
infected.
you are still affected every day, except you don't see
Yeah.
news.
Because even though of course you have families,
Hmm.
you will have, one cannot run away from there, and
We
when
can't.
you look, we can't. I think, and looking at the whole thing, sometimes I think the change, the only way Nigeria can be better is those that are living outside the country. Those are the ones that can actually make that change because the ones in the country cannot. The people in the country cannot make that change. So that's the way I see it. I see what you're doing is good. If everybody can be thinking and doing that, I think that will make, it will bring a big change in that country. Because the people in Nigeria, both the youth and the old, everybody, I don't think they are seeing things the way when you travel out of the country, the way other people are saying things, traveling is education on its own.
On its own, you're right.
And if the northern people, both the south, the east, everywhere, if they traveled out of this country and see how governance is being done in other countries. In fact, by the time they will go back, they will begin to stone their senatorial representative because let's even start from there. It's true, So I think for me, I think the change have to come for people living outside the country. That is the way me I see it. So that is my own little contribution.
That is why me,
I can
I'm
say
advocating that people who are in diaspora, if you
they
know,
are the one
you
that
have to
need that
prepare
change, to do that
to
change.
go in a contest. We have to start preparing.
The thing, no, you don't. What for change to happen is it's just like what you are doing now. You are doing it on your own, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. It's education, enlightenment. Yeah, that is where you have to start from. You have to start, talking about it, enlightening people. That's just to create awareness. When until you start creating awareness, things will start happening. You see, things will start happening. So that's the way me I see it. You know. So without it, nothing is going to happen. So by the time we start creating awareness, even those that are not involved will begin to be involved.
Those who have not waking up will begin to wake up.
Okay, so that's the way me I see it. So like this last election actually opened everybody's eyes. Everybody is really keen for a change. But look at what happened. Look at what happened. So that's the way me I see it. So I think that change is very necessary. And because we can't actually run away from it. We can't. And there is no way the establishment would we want the new ones to come in, you know. So and the only way that change can happen is the youth. The youth can make it happen and those living in the diaspora. Those living in the diaspora have to okay, just look at India, for instance. In India, the government allowed their people to leave the country. And now those people living in outside the country are going back home to make that change. You see? So that's the way me I see it too. The thing there is that those living in the diaspora needs to organize themselves and you know, we need to start creating that awareness. It's just like what you are doing now on your own. It doesn't cost anything. Actually, there's even internet here. So, so that's what I can say. So I do watch your program. I just see, it's easier for you to be on your phone and if you've seen how what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just it.
Thank
It's
you for
easy.
what.
You're
Yeah.
doing a good job. I can see it. It's good. You keep it up.
Thank you.
Because everybody, we begin, to, you know, um, reason with what you're saying. And then another thing, because our people back home there, they don't have internet, they don't have phones. Even if they have phones, they don't have access
To data.
to light. So
They have to struggle with
so
light. They have
how
to
are they? The
struggle
only
with
way
data.
is radio, and that is what the North. So that is what
Yeah.
the North are doing.
Radio.
You
Yeah.
see,
That's what
when you look at
I
all these
mentioned.
in
Yeah.
the remote areas
Mm-hmm.
in the North,
Mm-hmm.
in Nigeria, it's radio. All this radio something because even people that don't have money, anybody, battery, just put it. In fact, that radio doesn't even need light. It's true. That
Yes.
battery doesn't
Transistor
even need
radio.
light.
Yeah.
So that's
Transistor
just
radio.
it.
Yeah.
That's where yes. So the way forward is those living outside the country have to start educating our people. Back home, that's just the only way. That is just the only way. If not, this change. I don't know. It will be difficult to come if because okay, look at this Yaya Bello stuff now. Look at the youth. Sometimes I look at the way you see. I'm not even particular about you see anybody above 60 down. Those ones maybe, but I'm particular about the youth. You see, when the youth are thinking in this way, supporting these corrupt leaders. So what do you expect? And if one sit those people down and say, okay, start explaining things to them, honestly, they will change. They will. So that's just it. So that's my own little contribution.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where are you calling from?
Is UK? I'm in the UK.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate. You know what you said is very true, and I actually did allude to earlier on the video. I think I mentioned it that we need to have radio stations in the local communities, just like the Northerners. You know when they'll carry that their transistor radio, they listen to
Exactly.
something. We need it in
It's
every
it's
community,
radio.
village.
Radio we did.
Yeah,
Nothing, all this one we are all this. It's radio. The radio we
yeah,
get them. Simple. It's education. Simple. There's nothing more than that. It's just the radio.
exactly. And we need to mobilize people in the grassroots, on the ground,
And the
right?
mobilization we start from the radio. The radio is like a lecture. It won't
Yeah.
even take 1 year. You begin to preach. That is to talk about it. By the time it's
Mm-hmm.
just like when you are talking, just like when you can stop anywhere. It's just like when Peter Obi is talking. It's just
Mm-hmm.
like you. It's just like when you are training a child.
Right.
You know, you begin to hammer on one thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Pad.
Yes.
Yeah, you begin to hammer on one thing. By the time
Yes.
you hammer on that thing, it begin to sink. Even though at the initial change, there will be a pushback. But with time, they will begin to reason with what you're saying.
Right.
And again, you begin to bring point out, things and people. Okay, look at it now. I'm even happy with the way things is going. You know, who is suffering more in Nigeria at the moment? Who are those? Is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is it not? The Igbos don't even have problem. The Igbos are not even in governance. They don't
Mm-hmm.
depend on the government's money. They are business
Absolutely.
investors. So what do you expect of? You know. Um, thank you. Thank you. So the thing there is that, and I'm even happy, and I always say that it's better for Nigerians to let them. I'm sorry to say this. I know, we've got our families there, but it's better for them. I think Nigerians in the whole of Africa I think we are the people that we don't like to suffer. I don't know that is. We love enjoyment. We don't that is we cannot sacrifice. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? We follow our lives.
Yeah.
Imagine if actually this thing is happening in any of these African countries. Just imagine Niger. Look at how Niger people
I'm
revolted.
telling you, stood
Okay,
up for their
okay, 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 okay. Let's forget about Niger. Look at this young. Look look at all these African countries. All
Yes.
these things happening in Nigeria. If actually it's all these African countries that these things is happening, believe you me, the people will just sit up and revolt. Not no, it's not really revolting, but what I mean, there will be a pushback
Oh
against the
yes.
laws, against some certain things, and they're beginning to hold our leaders accountable. You see what I mean? So the thing there is that we Nigerians, nobody want to die, nobody want to sacrifice, nobody want to do anything. You know what I mean? But if you look at it indirectly, Nigerians are even dying. One, now, no food, all these insecurities, you know what I mean? So it's not better you just do you know because we look at it the other way around. Some people it not concern me, nothing, no, I don't have time for all this thing. Let me just be enjoying my let me be supporting all these our leaders, politicians. But even if you look at people dying at the moment, if in fact if they want to even count them, you know, if you want to even make a total listing of the number of people that are actually the sick, the dying, everything just combined together, you will see that it's not better you do that with that pushback and
Right.
save the country.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so and I think that the only way Nigeria will revolt, I mean, their eyes will be opened. I'm talking about the ordinary people. Oh. I'm not talking about the rich people. Oh. Is when like what is happening now, when there's economic hardship, when people cannot eat, when I mean serious hardship, you understand?
Right.
That is when everybody, both the North, outside, everybody, both Igbo, you, everybody will begin.
Yes.
They will now sit up. And I always say it. I said, for me, I think it's better for the North, for it to happen. In fact, I love what Tinubu government is doing.
Me
This
too.
government, with
I
the way
fully
things is
believe
going, I
it.
love
Yes.
it.
I
I
love it.
love it because I think that is the only way. If we, when I mean this is when I mean serious suffering, that maybe a bag of rice would be 1,000 or 1 million naira.
Yes,
I
1 million
tell you,
naira.
1 million naira. That is
Yes.
when people on the street cannot eat. That
Yes.
is
Yes.
when even body, all tribes will now, all everybody will now come together and say, no, I think we've had enough. Then they will begin to call our leaders, to order. So that is the way me I see it. It's not good for the people to suffer, but I think that is because we Nigerians we've got this hard skin in the sense that we love enjoyment, even though things, oh, one bear, all these things, everybody just doing their own thing. But if actually these things, maybe a bag of rice become 1 million naira, everybody is okay. Just imagine what happened few weeks ago or months that everybody, you see, even everybody is screaming. It hasn't even got to that level yet, though. By the time you get to that level, hmm, by then everybody will sit up. So I think that is what Nigeria needs, and maybe when they get to that level, maybe that is when that change will come. Honestly, that is my own thing, my own take. So that's it too.
Everything you said is on point, oh, my
Ah,
sister. Everything you said, that's exactly
because I'll be
it's
saying
happening.
it.
What? Go ahead.
So that's just it. I'll be saying
Yeah.
this thing on my own. Me, I'm not personally, I'm not a media person. I just see, what's going on. For me, I'm not a media person. I'm that kind of person that always advocates for good governance. Sometimes I just wish I wish I'm in this position to assist these people. I wish I'm in this position to help this person. I wish I'm in this position to assist. Sometimes I watch all these things on the program. I see how Nigerians are suffering. I'll be asking myself, I wish I'm in this position to even, I wish I'm in this position to do this. I wish I'm in this. I'll be telling myself this. You know, when are we going to have the first female governor of a state? When are we going to have first female president of Nigeria? When? You understand what I'm saying? No, I'm just
Yes.
no, I'm just
I,
looking at the
I,
women's side now. This is
I know.
championing
I know.
the women's side. I said, when are we going to have these things? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
look at what this guy is doing in this Abia state. It gives me joy when I look at that. I just feel
Yes.
happy. Oh my God, this is what we need. This is what we need. This is what we need. Sometimes, it's not that you don't need to be in governance for you to even as I am now, I can even advise, even you can sit back and begin to tell the Tinubu government that this is what you need to do. Common sense. Okay, look at this coastal road now they are doing, this coastal road something. You know, sometimes I begin to sit down, I begin to hang on. Look at all these our roads that are actually, unrepairable. So why starting a new project? Just
When they
common
have not
sense.
repaired the old
No,
ones.
you see, you don't need, let me tell you, if you're in governance, okay, they want to cut down costs. You don't need all these stupid, all these mushroom special advisors. These are just common sense that okay,
How will
Nigeria,
they
we don't have we say oh,
siphon
we don't have
money?
money.
How will they
You know,
siphon
but
money?
wait, hold on. The government is saying they don't have money. Okay, we have £100 or 100 whatever, whatever. Okay, it's just a common sense. Okay, we need to manage this money. Oh. Okay, what we'll do is that we won't start any new project. We need to start to look at the old projects or abandoned projects and see how we can. You see what I mean? You understand what I'm trying to say? So that is exactly what they need to do. Then regarding all this cutting down costs, or you see there are ways you don't need people to advise. In fact, this government do not need anybody to advise them. It's just a very just common sense. Sometimes I look at it and say, the way okay, in fact, it's just so annoying. When I want to talk about this Nigerian issue, sometimes I look at it, I just say, oh my God. Sometimes I look at it and say, hang on. Are we in our right senses? Is Nigeria different from other African countries? Sometimes I sit down, I look at other countries, I say, okay, other African countries, look at what they are doing here, look at what they are doing here, look at what they are doing here. I say, what is wrong with with Nigerians, for God's sake? You know? So it's just, and again, when you look at Nigeria again, we say we have intelligent, educated people in that country, and I begin to wonder why things is going wrong. you know. So that's another thing again. And another major problem is the influence of the foreign government. You see, but the influence of the foreign government for me, I don't think it's an issue because one, even the foreign governments, they are looking at we the Nigerians to act, isn't it? So you cannot wait for the foreign government to be dictating to you what you need to do. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, you don't need to say, okay, let me do this so that I will have so that internationally I will be supported. No, you don't need that. We need to support our own. We need to support our culture. In fact, sometimes when I sit down again, I'm looking at the way, being out of the country, I see how the UK government, the UK people protect their culture. Look at this queen, the one that died. Can't you see display of culture there? I don't know if actually you watched it. Hello?
I didn't watch it though. I
Oh
didn't.
no, you need to go back, my dear, to go and watch that thing.
Nah,
If
I
you
didn't watch.
see, if you see the way the British, if you see these people in the UK people, they love their culture. For you to have a UK British passport, you must do this. What they call this British. Is it life in the UK? You must understand. There's like a book there. You must read all those their history, their stuff. To know about their culture. They value their culture. So why is it that we Nigerians we cannot value our own culture? You see what I mean? So they value their own culture. In fact, let me even tell you, there are some parts of the country, like Wales and other parts of the countries, whereby they have their own language, just like when you have Igbo language, Yoruba language, they have their own local, like Scotland, they have the way they speak their own English. It's not this the one they do in the South, UK here, they do proper, English. No. They have the way they have their own English as well, whereby when they speak it, you won't even understand, and they protect it. If I'm telling you, if I want to in the school, they encourage their children, whether you're a foreigner, they encourage their children, they teach it, the teachers, they actually, promote that their local language. Even when you go to the banks, in the signboard everywhere, you will see it. You see what I mean? So when you sit down, you see you see, you begin to wonder how is it that we are throwing our cultures away? We Nigerians, the Hausa, the Yoruba, Igbos, we've got a very fantastic culture. Fantastic. We've got very good cultures which we need to protect. You see, so that's just it. You see, so okay, look at what is going on in this Afrobeat now. You see, okay, yes, in the music industry, because of the Afro, the music, the cultural side of the thing we are adding. Then is it that one? If I even shock you, if you see that, if I tell you that most of these people, most of these English people, they come to Nigeria to learn Nigerian language. Yes, they learn Igbo, they learn. In fact, even our tradition, all these herbalist things, they come to learn it. If you come in the UK here, you go see all these people, they say palm. So many things is happening whereby they come to Nigeria, learn our culture, learn our things, and they go back and start making money from it. So there are so many things. In fact, in the whole world, Nigeria, Africa is blessed. Is it resources? Now brain? Abi wetin want talk? If they revert these people here, come the other side. I tell you, Nigerians, if they bring Nigerians come UK in America, they go back to Nigeria, say they want to. You know what I mean? It's to be the revert. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just it. All right, let me leave you for now.
Thank you
So
very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. No, everything you said makes sense. Absolutely. We have to. We don't. Guess what? The funny thing is, these people, they worship our African gods behind closed doors. They
what is closed
come
door?
learn about.
It's not even closed door. Openly.
And now they are doing it openly, and they have
Oh,
all your ancestral gods in their
that is
museum.
it. That is it, and that is what we need to claim
they,
back.
they
We need to
come,
claim all these things back.
they learn about it. They go. There was somebody I knew who said they were going to
Oh
Osun
my
State.
God.
Oyibo say he's going to Osun State for the Osun River worship.
Yes.
I
Let me
was
tell you, I'm
shocked.
a Christian, but that
I
doesn't mean.
said,
Let me tell
what?
you, I value our culture. You see tradition. Me, I value am o. I love it because,
You're
in fact,
supposed to value it. That's where you're coming
let
from. It's
people
nothing for
ban
you to
Christian.
be saying. Yeah. This person
So
was
what is
flying all the way to
exactly what
Osun to go and
Stefan?
in fact, some of them even do the Ifa. You see them doing Ifa. They are doing Ifa now. They are even doing your shrines. Oh, I don't know. We leave this matter for Matthias. In Nigeria, we have to continue to talk.
So all the way there,
Oh,
then down
sorry.
the slope and up the stairs.
Okay.
I have to mute you here because everything you're saying is coming through. So you know, we have to keep talking. We have to keep, that idea for radio is a very, very brilliant idea. I don't know how we can get radios that will be transmitted so that we can even buy them in bulk and share it to people in the villages so that they will know what's going on. I don't know how to go about it. If anybody has an idea, please feel free to come and share. Do you know how radio thing works, Mama Echo? Are you still here with me?
It is in the Hausa culture to always listen to
We can
radio.
also imbibe that culture now in the South, like by distributing so that we can educate our own people. I think this is part of the problem. We need to find ways to educate because we are trying to build the grassroots and try to sensitize them and educate them, right? So if we have like transistor radios that we can spread across and start to educate them about things that are happening and what they need to know, you know that it will be a different ball game entirely.
You are right. So that is why we need to work with the grassroots people to even achieve that.
Exactly. So I know some grassroots people in the south that I can reach out to and ask them this question, like, how is it possible for how do we get transistor radios? How does it even function? Such that these people, they don't it doesn't need the electricity, It doesn't need anything. You just turn it on and you're listening to all the different things that you want to listen to. You
Yeah,
know.
so these are the things when I say we need to plan and execute, these are the things we need to put in place. You
Mm-hmm.
know, by,
Yeah.
by the time we put all the different suggestions, then we now begin to discuss the how.
Right.
Then we begin to discuss the who.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all the things. And it is something we have to do collectively
Yeah.
because it's a huge project.
It is massive.
It's a huge project.
Mm-hmm.
And since
You're right.
we'll be working with people at home, and even with Peter Obi influence and other people, there are some rich people that can support all these causes.
Mm-hmm. We are not even going to wait for rich people. I beg. The one we get, we go wrong with wetin we get. Anybody wey wan join, because sometimes when you get all these rich people involved, they turn it into it turns easily political because they want to be known. Mm-mm.
You know,
Let's just
say,
do.
see, there's one thing I used to say when I discuss some of these things. You see, our people, they like ego.
Exactly.
We will need their money. Take the glory, but give us your money.
No, for now, what my point is, they fit decide say they wan be part of am at some point. Me, I don't want them to come
No,
and
mhm.
expose, to
You
come and
know,
show that ego with what is meaningful at the beginning. Nah, mm-mm. Whatever we can. How much is transistor radio? It's not that expensive. All we need to do is just, once we determine this is how we want to go, because we need to build the grassroots
we
up.
need to
We need
build
to
it up. We need to build
educate
it.
them up, right? Whatever
Mm-hmm.
we get, some people fit gather around one transistor radio.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. You will see some for Muslim, when you go this market, then Muslim people dey Hausa people dey. One transistor radio, like 500 people go dey lis ten to
They go
one.
dey listen to am. That is one that culture of them. I don't know who introduced it. Is a great thing.
No, we go take and go our side too and
Mm-hmm.
find ways to even improve upon it, right? And
Yes.
once we do that, and we have, because the important thing now is the grassroots to understand what's going on and sensitize them. So, and it's going to take now, we are in almost 1 year don't go now for this bala blue nonsense. We have 3 more years. So if we use that 3 years, take really good grassroots, educate, divide transistor radio, rant to the villager, to even the farmer for inside the forest. By the
Mm-hmm.
time they hear these things over and over again, it will begin to transform their minds, because they'll be hearing from people, their own people from across the sea, telling them the truth of what's going on, you know. So I will find out from someone. If I have the answers, I'll bring it here, because that's a great, because I've said it too before, like, we need to go to the grassroots, just like we did campaign for Peter Obi. People need to go to the grassroots again and start to sensitize people, but that's not going to be enough. They have to continuously be hearing, continuously be unlearning. You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
different, they'll be hearing from different people who mean well for Nigeria, that it would, change, help to transform their minds. So I go ask this question, I go bring and come here. But I think we have tried today, almost 5 hours.
Really?
I'm telling you, no joke. I start around 6:30.
Really?
Yes.
Now, wow. Time they fly. Oh.
E dey fly, I'm telling you. I don look up now, I say, what? Almost 5 hours I don dey here.
Oh my
Ah,
God.
so we move
Nigeria not gonna
forward.
kill us.
I'm telling you, no go kill us o. Na we go kill we go unalive the problem wey dey there.
By the grace
So
of God.
again, we go continue to do our part, continue to sensitize, talk to the people, bring the knowledge here. You don't know who's listening, you don't know who's hearing, so let's just keep educating in the hopes that something, and then also do something on the ground as well. If you have any ideas, please bring it up. Of course, there's some ideas you can't share. I understand that, but bring up ideas that are instrumental in educating the grassroots, because that's the most important thing right now. If we're going to take back that country, we cannot be doing due. We cannot be doing soft. We literally have drug barons, corrupt people, dark souls that are willing to do just anything to cling on. So we must make sure that we peel their hands off of this thing that they are holding on to, because it does not belong to them. It belongs to everyone in Nigeria. So with that, I say everybody, now well done. Thank you so much for joining me. Mama
Thank
Angel,
you.
thank you so much for coming on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you
Now you
too.
make me tell. I don't come out since. I don't jack back or more since that you know. So I
No,
really
you,
appreciate
you know,
it.
when I thought about that woman I told you about, that they carry with
Yeah,
pregnancy,
yeah,
in fact, my
yeah.
head just can't scatter again.
Hmm.
And I was now asking myself, is it that we are not going to do anything? For how long are we going to be hearing this story? For how long? And the thing, instead of the thing to reduce, is going worse and worse every day.
Yep.
Except it has not knocked on your door. That is when you think no
Exactly.
go it will reach you.
Hmm.
Huh?
Exactly. We can't continue like
When
this.
they started, it is through transportation on the outside your house.
Mm-hmm.
But now they come into your house like a thief in the night.
I'm telling you.
Carry pikin, carry papa, carry everything, and nobody will.
Well, we shall continue to do our part and continue to come up with ideas that we can talk about and take it to our various places, honestly, because man,
Let's
we
begin
have to
to
do something.
talk and discuss the way forward.
Right.
Look at our men. Eh? You people are supposed to protect us.
Hmm. I don't shout my own tire. I don't go Dr. Dami. You know how many times I don't go Dr. Dami is go threatening all of them. Shout for all their head. I
Instead of
don't
you
do
people to discuss solution, you are discussing Igbo outside Yoruba, Igbo outside Yoruba, Igbo outside Yoruba.
ah.
If we don't
Well,
discuss that, we'll discuss Nnamdi Kanu, and yet we are not doing anything to make him come out.
oh yeah, nothing. If person wey dey suppose don comot since, go there go shake the entire judiciary na
Look at
from shout dey shout, release him na by mouth.
look at what was that? Oh, it don't come off my mind. Okay, look at the Yoruba nation they declare. What have they done to those? Is that not out of treason?
Yes na.
So what have they done to the person or to the group that did it?
For
Have they
where?
arrested
Nothing.
them?
For where?
Have they arrested them?
Who side?
Did they
Na
send it out to go
selective.
and look for them?
Yes na selective judgement na. We know what's up. They say na Abiola widow. Now come dey wonder how many wives that Abiola marry nítorí Ọlọ́run.
And
God,
and I don't think she's a young lady, so is that she's related?
no, they say she's a widow of Abiola, so she was married to him at some point.
But when you see her, she doesn't look older than us now.
Well, I don't know whether na the tail end the tail marry am. I no understand. I really don't
I
get
be
it.
saying Abiola never die up to 30 years now, be?
Well,
Not be 93.
maybe marry at the age of 18 now. So make her talk. Or maybe you
Okay.
know as they say they marry for Nigeria.
If you say that age, okay.
I don't know. Now so they talk. So maybe
But
na legal.
that incident of Abiola, is it not 1993?
I can't remember. I think so.
Is that yes now?
Mm-hmm.
Because that was one election I voted for the first time in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
So how old was she that time? 1993 till date, is it not? Let me see. Let me see how many years. This is 2020.
93. Now 93. June 12, 93.
So
June 12 may be the
31
election.
years. Okay, she fit be around 18 sha.
Mm-hmm.
You
So
are right.
yeah.
Now they didn't look for her to, they didn't bring it up to come and bring her home.
Oh yeah, it happened. Yeah. Oh yeah, these people.
And
So
I heard
next
that they
week,
contributed money that their group were doing.
oh
So,
yeah,
and they were promising their people that by this time they will
position.
declare
Mm-hmm.
the Yoruba nation. And when they just say no way, she just had to find a way to come and declare it. I say, see, if
Mm-hmm.
money is involved and you do this, there's no plan. So when you declare this is what they will do, this is this, nothing.
Mm-mm.
And some people they mumu they follow.
Oh yeah, they give their money, hard-earned money, everything. They go
Go you enter snow to make money to contribute out to people to live their life in.
when they live for better weather.
Oh God.
Mumu, our mumu no limit. I'm telling you, they contribute that. Not be waiting they do for pastors be that. Person go
All
dey
of
work
them are the
inside
same
snow.
category
Na
now.
the same category na. You don work for snow finish come, you don tire, you go carry the money go give one man wey no get work. All im work na to preach your money out of your pocket.
The one that
Collect
even
the
they
money.
say what they call that their January total money wey they collect sef.
First pay abi
Something
first seed,
harvest.
first seed or something.
You bring
Oh
all your
God.
money, everything wey you work for.
Everything you carry and give dem. On top of that one, the members go dey pay your mortgage, na you dey pay your bills. Dat na enjoyment o. Meanwhile, you no dey do anything, no work, nothing. You no dey stress to get work. You just dey your house dey
So
just dey chop.
January, you shouldn't pay your mortgage, you shouldn't pay anything.
Anything, carry the money give one
Give
man
them.
wey go use hypnosis plus sweet mouth
It's
take
fine as
collect your money from your pocket.
sweet mouth and hypnosis na dem dey use o.
Now
Na
you know
dem
say
dey use.
yes you go take talk, you go appeal to the emotions of people. For psychology dem dey teach dem. They
They
go
and
appeal to
they will always support what they are saying with testimony, miracle that you don't see the person.
exactly. If you put $500 in the next 10 days, something shocking will happen. You come see people when they go line up to come give testimony after say true na so they sow this money by so time as they sow am gbagam 10 e no even reach 10 days they don collect the 4 times of am. Omo.
You know see better Edu with the testimony.
Osan but and e go pay tithe o. On top of that one e go don pay tithe. See am now
What are
dem
you
don
talking? You know, when they were even saying the 500 or something million, we dey cry for that until they come say she don already put 30 billion in different account. For how many months? Nigeria.
I'm telling you.
And that one a young person o.
No, but you know wetin dem dey groom these people.
They groom them.
They dey groom them from small. The girl was a chairman or whatever, and if you go and trace it, you realize that she already had some ties with these people, maybe as a girlfriend, as something. I'm telling you, this is how they do it. Some people will come out and say, not be woman, be that, not be young. No, these are people that were groomed.
You are right.
These are people who don't have any vision. All their own are money, just to thief money, anyhow. Who thief pass?
Don't
You
you
go out say na one big person, na one politician babe. Do you understand? They just put her there to come. That's it. What she did is exactly what they brought her in to do. Once the work is done, they will remove her, they will not blackball. Then people will be running with a propaganda that, oh, she's young, she's a woman. That's not the type of woman that we're talking about. All those people they've already sold their conscience. They just use them for their own benefit. They don't have any impact.
She lady when na politician flaunt her lifestyle till date.
Oh.
Then you expect her to go inside to go and make a difference.
Attire. You not go even get the vision or the mind to even, she not go get any nothing. Now like empty barrel. Because
Oh,
all they know is stealing.
Alhaji, when we win, I want this kind of post, so you will give me, you help me.
Thank you. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It don't finish. And not be all these women. All the women, when you talk about women, not be women, they marry all these politicians.
Mm-hmm.
How many of them you don't see say, my husband, you see this work when you get to, you must impact lives.
There's none.
When you take see money wey you dey bring come, abeg, God forbid, not bring cost to my children. Take that money go where you dey take bring am come from. You
Once
never
they-
see any of the women talk am. No. Instead, na how their husband no take get girlfriend. Oh, they dey protect the man, make the man no go eye another woman. You see them running up and down,
Not
trying
because
to
they say, this person pikin they go Harvard University, my children must be there. Oh.
Exactly.
That is what they do.
That's what they do. No vision. They marry visionless women.
Mm-hmm.
No impact, zero impact. How many people you don't see? How many of these politicians you don't see when their wife when they come out, they show strength, say no, not on my husband's watch, not on my watch. None. Isn't it baffling? It's baffling that, so that means that these men are marrying, they are marrying the same people, yes women that don't challenge them in any way, that don't even challenge them to be the better version of themselves. So the women are also complacent. Those women that they are marrying are also complacent in this. They're just as guilty as their spouses.
Mm-hmm.
All they think about is material things, the finest week, next holiday trip. They make my own children own good though. Children no go get, they no go get future, they no go get back. When they come out, that's the end. That whole family will go down the drain. They know they think past that one.
That is why they take politics as a career.
Exactly.
No
Because they
plan,
don't have
nothing.
anything else but that to steal from the people. That's all they do. I mean, it's just built. And then on top of that, you still see these politicians that have girlfriends. Girlfriends, even if wife no they talk. Since you want to be a girlfriend, you want to be a side chick, that is what you have chosen for your life. Won't you even say, this one that you're in this position, why don't you think about? No, their own
No.
let him buy me a house in Paris. Let him buy me a house in whatever.
Dubai.
Not be someone look carry a girlfriend go Caribbean, go they spray dollars. Hard-earned taxpayers' money. He carry a girlfriend go there. His wife, you see what I'm talking about? These women, they are
when he was
visionless
found out,
women.
and when he was found out, he was not using lie to cover the lies.
Exactly.
It's so sad.
It's sad. So it begs the question. So you begin to wonder, what kind of women are these people marrying? All they marry is yes women. Women that don't even have value for themselves, don't care about anybody but themselves and their children that have no future. I know how I talk am. It's the truth. Because once they leave that position, all that money that they've gathered will go into the drain. Because they will not have vision. They can never have. They will not have any good thing for anybody but themselves.
Just like you said, they will set up a charity organization to siphon money.
Yes, that's it.
Siphon money.
Just so that they'll say, oh, they are doing something. It's a lie.
They are not doing anything.
They're not doing anything.
Out of the 100% of the money they collected, did they use up to 20% for the people?
For where? Nothing. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, when I go look the thing, I go say the women know zero brain. The men know zero brain. Olodo plus Olodo, which you will get Olodo raised to power 2. How can you not be Margaret Obi be that?
Mm-hmm.
Did Peter Obi not come out and say sometimes the wife go challenge and say, why you dey do these people like this? To tell you that the woman gets say she dey push the man, they tell am say, guy, chill. Do and why don't you do it like this? When you have a vision, you look for a woman that also has that will fit into your vision. While you are doing this, she's doing something that will impact lives. But all these women care about greed, selfishness. oh, let no woman collect my husband. Not that anybody cares about. I don't even know who wants to collect what's they call am, better select, overused. I don't know who they chase them, but there are people apparently that chase
Yeah.
after stuff like that, crumbs
No,
under the table,
but
right?
those people, they have their mission now.
Yeah, whatever the case is, even if you
Mhm.
have mission, would you have good mission?
The mission
Is it
they have is to
forbidden?
go there and let the people front their lifestyle.
But guess what? Even if you have a mission, why can't you have a good mission and say, you know what? Let me go there. Let me see what I can do for some people. Even if you cannot impact the life, let it be known that
Let
man,
it be the
this woman was
village.
a mistress to so and so, and she was able to transform. That they see her, that they hear her.
Let it even be the village you come from.
Thank you.
Or
Put
the
one
street.
hole,
Or
build
the street
two.
you once live.
Thank you.
Go
You
down,
now
pack
you're
all the home, all the
eh,
street children and train them to school.
and train them,
Eh,
and put it under your charitable organization. They'll say,
yes,
oh, is this woman? They'll say, oh, she was a mistress to so and so. Do you know people go forgive the fact that you be mistress? They go say,
exactly.
wow, look at the impact she made. Since the society in Nigeria accepts this mistress, you are have a functional wife. There's nothing wrong with you having multiple girlfriends, and your wife will know and still be there. Since that's the life they want to live. Okay, as a mistress, if you're going there, have a vision. May you tell us, okay, may I use this one to ask for forgiveness for the bad character, whatever it is, however way you want to do it. Since the wife does not have brain, you will not have a good name, the wife will not. How about thinking like that?
No,
I
no,
don't understand.
it's hard to travel to Dubai to go and buy gold.
That's all they know.
Change
And live
car.
in hotels, stay in hotels, waste of money, no impact. We are terrible people, Mama
Uh,
Rachel. We are terrible people from
didn't you?
top to bottom. I'm sorry to say, we are
We
terrible.
are.
A woman will marry a man. You instead of you to say, my guy, you be politician now. I no fit hold your hand say make you not thief. But you see, before you comot for that place, you go make sure say you follow the man bumper to bumper to make sure he does what he's supposed to do. It's not about, oh, protect your marriage to the detriment. Then you will now put person dey pay school fees in arrears for your children. Make it make sense, and you are okay with it, and you call yourself a mother, and you call yourself a woman. Where is your conscience?
No.
Can you not say, no, I don't want to be a part of this because I do not want to heap consequences on myself and my children? They know they think like that. I mean, they think, oh, this is what they do. There will be no consequences. Is
There
that what
is,
they are
man.
thinking?
There is. There is.
Because nobody is going to last forever. You see, as we dey shout, Jagaban, Jagaban, no, balablu, balablu. There's an expiration date. He's not going to rule forever. My mom will always say 99 years is not forever. That man is not going to max. Shebi na 8 years they give am. He go step down, be no go step down. Look, I don't know. Nigerian women need to start rethinking. I understand the society is difficult, oh, and I'm here, me when they talk. I'm not saying it because I'm a perfect soul. Nah, but I have a vision. You gotta have a vision for your impacts on lives. If you find yourself in a position, you have an opportunity to change the lives of the people, freaking do it. Even if it's for your village, go and build a house, go and transform the lives of your village people. Let them say, it was this person that came and changed the life of these people. You will just go there with no vision. They just dey give you money, you dey fly from one place to the other. Where did you put your brain? This is the problem. These people have women that come from families, that come from villages. Why are they not having impact on the lives of their own husband? Why, because even as a wife, it is your husband that will even get the credits because you're married to him according to Nigerian standards. She'll be like, it was it's her that man. Oh wow, they're not gonna talk, they're not gonna know say na the woman. Only people go know say okay, na the woman do am, but most people they will give the credit to the man. You don't even think about that. You don't think about the future of your children. It's just to collect, just to collect. You know, there's also the argument where they say, oh, you know, they don't allow women to talk. You are married to a man, you cannot talk to the man, right? But you can do things behind the scenes to make it look good. You
Uh,
can.
you know,
Women are very cunning like that. You can do things behind the scenes to clean your own self and your children up. No, they don't do that. They go full throttle with the man. The man go dey embezzle. He go dey see the one wey come cut said that day dey talk say na him wife, na him force him wife, na him make him
if
open.
if us in want to dey give a fake judgment.
Fake judgment. That na woman. You as a judge, when you know you're judging people's lives literally depend on it. You no fit tell your husband say no, I saw an oath. That means if you're a doctor and the man coming to tell you say I want me you kpai that man when you dey treat,
They
you
will
go
do it
kpai
for
am.
you. That is why you see that they can't attend
Hey.
medical this thing at home now. Because they feel that if they can be using their influence among the judges to turn judgment, they can also use their influence in the medical field to give the wrong injection by them.
Yes.
So they
So if you
have to
have an
run.
opposition you don't like, you hear say you get malaria, you go plant person for there. You go say, you tell the nurse, give am wrong injection, make e just go there.
So that's why they run abroad.
Okay, what's to say that even the abroad, people cannot influence people in the abroad? I mean, they don't even know it's worse. Hey, in the abroad, they don't even know. These people, nobody is telling them. They don't know what's going on.
Shebi, you don't see as MD die.
Exactly, we go.
No be abroad, they can't take helicopter.
Oh, for helicopter, oh, okay.
Until today, we never know what happened to helicopter.
Oh. You understand? These people don't understand. They just say, no, you know, if you care for the people will think, remember. Till tomorrow, people are singing the praises of the good people that did something for their people or for sections of the country that people know about. Up till tomorrow, people will continue to praise them. You people, all these other politicians that have come, visionless people, empty in their soul, empty in their spirit, also marry empty women with no brains, no vision. The women, they don't even like their children. Why? So sometimes I wonder, why are you even giving birth when you are preparing courses for your children? Why? You hate your children so much. You birth them for them to come and suffer the consequences of your actions. How does that make sense? You came from a community, you cannot even change the life of your people. Let it be credited to you that when this person was here, this was when they did this. You can't even do that.
The days where I want my children to be better than me is quite gradually going.
It's gone, not be gradually. It is gone. They don't want, these ones don't want their children to be better. They want to be better than their children, their children's children, the ones that they will born in the 10th generation. They want to be better than them.
So
they are eating their seeds. They don't even allow it to germinate. They go carry the seeds, chop am.
How they are
What kind
interested.
of human beings do we have in Nigeria? It's so, are they shamed sometimes?
Oh, I'm coming from Paris. Oh, I'm coming from Dubai. Oh, that is what with these women you are talking about. That's what they discuss. Oh. I'm coming from Dubai. Come and see what I bought from Dubai. Come and... The question is, how many of the Dubai that comes to you to come and buy from you? How many? We've lost it, Omoye.
Completely. Complete from top to bottom. Man, no, woman, no, all of them the same. All selfish, self-centered, evil, dark-minded people. My Nigerians do.
We've lost it seriously. How can we just be in a society where we don't see the younger generation as a must investment for us to do because they are the human capital of the nation? Why are we not interested in them?
You know how people have died on our life trying to get across to Europe. I came to recently know somebody who he said he had to cross the ocean to get to wherever he is now, right? He did it, he now said he did a tattoo to remind himself of all the troubles that he went through. And he went with a friend, that one did not make it. I cried. Young boy, 25.
Oh, yeah.
What reason does he have? He said it was during when Buhari won. He didn't want to be in the country. He didn't want to stay at all. He ran away from home, actually. Eh?
And you see, the very first time I watched their boat in the ocean hey, goodness. And I see how people that Akpai floated out of the sea.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. I cried. That was even when the passion for the youth begin to grow in my mind, because I begin to ask this question. Their mother is waiting that, oh, my son is in Europe. When he settled down, he will reach out to me, but no, he's gone. No, we have to wake up.
I'm telling you, that's why we cannot, this conversation, we have to keep having it. I can't even do without not having it. We have to keep having it. There's no way around it. We must continue to talk about it. We must.
We just have to. There should be if for maybe some of us in diaspora say we've never even woken up to even think. Some of us are like, consign me. So we need to also wake those people up to know it concern everybody. It concern everybody. Because if Nigeria is good today, your children you born here can go home. They can look forward to that place to go to. But as long as that place we don't repair it, we are just like slave.
Of course.
All the slave, how many of them went back? None. Their children, did they go back? No. So we are like that right now.
We are losing generations to the West. Losing generations to the West. Yeah? Losing. I mean, I don't know. We will continue to talk. That much I know. We just have to continue to talk. There's no way else. There's no way around it. We cannot give up. Because if we give up, that means we have agreed that people will remain perpetual slaves. Because this thing that is happening is not normal. Oh, it's not normal. Everybody need to add their voice. Everybody.
Last time when I look and say, wait, when we talk of this slave, they came, they took us. But now they use our leg to work.
Yes, man. Voluntarily. Yeah. Absolutely. Voluntarily.
We use our leg. They volunteer for slavery. What is the difference? The slave, they came here to work their work, Abi. Are we not here doing their work now? Why is it different? Okay, the slave, they not pay their money, Abi. But at least they gave them their basic necessity to eat. Children, when you born for here, not be born throw away.
Now so now. I born throw away now. That's it.
No.
That's it.
No.
Anyway, my HO, I leave you. We'll talk
It's
am
okay,
again.
my
This
dear.
talk, we know if we talk everything finished today.
Every day, every time. God will help us. God will lead us, and we'll be able to say enough is enough.
So, He said,
My own is that people, it's not only presidency, all the from local government to presidency, we should focus on
all, no exception,
Mm-hmm.
no exception, all.
All people should begin to come out if they want to vote to lead. And we have to, a time will come, we'll make group and begin to say, okay, what do we need? This is this solution. How do we come about it? Who are
Exactly.
those who will go forward, both home and abroad?
Exactly.
How much is it going to cost us? How are we going to go about the money? Those are the things we should begin to talk. Because even logistic alone is money. And you won't send them to go and do it without empowering them for logistic. Now when things dey expensive, transportation is expensive. You go send them, make them not eat. One square meal a day, don't you know how much? So these are all the things we need to put on the table. And I pray God will help us. And we will help us.
Iseo, Amaecho, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll probably come back tomorrow because there's so much to unpack.
All right, no problem, my dear. We'll talk some other time.
All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
And you too.
Yes, thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. Kene, the Catchy Network, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Everyone that was here earlier, Sane TV, everybody, victory all the way. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys on my next one. Thank you. Bye.